Hello! Hello, fakes! Well, it's morning for somebody. It's nearly 8 PM for me on Saturday. Yeah. Not much more Saturday left to go. Hi. I started stream a little earlier today just cause I couldn't do it yesterday, and I wanted to. I was like, I'll just do it 24 hours after the already agreed upon time. But then I got a little impatient waiting. So yeah, forgive me. We are 10 minutes before 8 o'clock. Oh no, breaking all the rules. Yeah, hope everyone's having a good weekend. I think I'm having a good weekend. It's gonna improve massively if we can play some Citizen Sleeper though. That makes it sound like my weekend is bad. It's not bad. I'm just really excited to play Citizen Sleeper some more. How was your birthday? It was so nice. I had a really nice birthday. Yeah, I went to work on my birthday, but everyone was really cool, and yeah, it was nice. It was good. I ate lots of delicious things as promised. And I got so much really cute fan art. Oh my god. I wasn't really expecting that. So yeah, thanks to everybody that took the time to draw me. That was so cool, so touching. And I also got to show off my first skeb. I got that last week. And then I was kind of like, oh, I want to post it so bad, but I'll hold on until my birthday. It's kind of like I didn't want to unwrap it too early, you know. So many people did amazing art. Yeah, wow, so cool. Yeah, let's go into the game scene, and I'll just wait. I'll just check the audio is working. Because in my eagerness, that was the one thing I forgot to check. Bum, bum, bum. Oh. Okay, let's plug the game into the right window. Okay. Alright, we have visuals, and now we just need to check the sound is working. Oh, I still haven't got my voice meter set up very optimally. I think I have to do this a little too frequently. This one? Did that work? No, it didn't work. Maybe put it on that channel. Maybe. And then if I pause the music, I have to make the sound. Is there any sound in this game yet? Continue. Okay. It looks like it's working. It can be confusing, yeah. So I've split things out onto different channels, but the channel I've set up for my games, every time I open a new game, I have to go into the settings for that game in my sound settings and then change it from default to like the specific voice meter channel, and then I have to do that every time I open the game, which seems kind of like suboptimal. Okay, turn the game down a little bit. Is there a way to turn down the the ambient whooshing? Because I feel like it was a little strong last time. I like it when the music kicks in. Okay, music is good. I like music. I guess that's the only thing. Okay. Wow, that's such a minimal options menu. It's my first time looking at it. Alright. I just wanted to keep the music and turn down the aircon sound effect. Yeah, that's true actually. Over here it's louder than if you go into more of a residential area with less machines, it's quieter. And then this thing. That's so cool. But yeah, it'd be nice if you could at least separate sound effects and music. Okay, so Ethan, our bounty hunter, he got kind of owned and then he stumbled away drunk into the night. We don't know where he is, but I think he might come back because we have a vendetta now. And it's counting down. Oh no. As much as I dislike him, he does have a lasting, memorable impact. Yeah, let's hope he fell off. Let's hope he fell off the hailer. That would be too good. Yeah, that'd be great if one of these cargo ships comes in and they're like, oh, we found this guy just floating over there, drunk. And that's, yeah, he's dead. Too bad. Alright. I really want to, increase my mushroom skills this session. That'd be cool. They feel pretty critical to success, having mushrooms. There's two different quests that want them, and also I think they're kind of free food. Well, it's not free. It still costs actions and stuff, so I guess it's not actually free. Mr. Schlippy, hello, welcome. Welcome to my stream. I hope you're doing good. What am I gonna do today? I don't have any dice. I guess this is the end of the day. I need to go to sleep, probably. Let's review before we do that. What's going on? So Fang has gone missing. Our lead is that based on we found a box of gum. Does gum even come in boxes? Maybe in space it does. Anyway, we found this box of gum in his office, and it had like some cryptic message on it called "Take me to Tamba." He's missing because his office got raided by the guy we're investigating. Anyway, we found out Tamba is kind of within the Yatagan gang territory. It's like a place there. So we could try and win them over with hopes of getting into Yatagan and then into the gang and maybe finding Fang in there. We've also got what's Flotilla Aid. I feel like this one we got this most recently, so it's kind of like a lower priority. I want to clear out my older quests first. We've had this quest since the day one. Not quite day one, but you know, the first bunch of days. He's the cool cook guy that we like, but he wants mushrooms, which we only just found out how to get them recently. This is a commune we found over on the other side of the ring where it's all overgrown. They're like nice people who believe in communism. This is the ongoing quest we have to try and finish building this giant space cruise ship and then maybe like get on it and leave. And this is the Yatagan quest that might lead to the disable my tracker quest. Because the thing is, we have a tracker, which means Ethan can still find us whenever he wants to, and so can the corporation we've escaped from. So really, like, high priority would be getting that removed. But Fang's kind of like stuffing us around, making us do all these hacking quests instead of actually, you know, preventing me from dying, which I feel like is maybe higher priority. Maybe? But I guess our sleeper, our little guy we're playing as is like, I just grateful for anyone to talk to, maybe. They don't seem too aggressive, unlike myself. Workers' rights, you know? Come on. Come on. Anyway, let's go to sleep and see what dice we get tomorrow. I'd also like to get a new home because we're just living in a shipping container. Maybe we'd have like a better stats if we woke up after sleeping in a really nice bed. We got a full tummy, we got full meds. Okay, nothing too bad. A shipping container, yeah, just like a steel, empty, corrugated steel drum kind of thing. Like, I can't really zoom in. Down here, just in a steel box. Can't be too comfortable. I hope we have at least like a blanket and a pillow, because otherwise that'd be pretty sad. Okay. Let's see. So to become a Yatagan insider, we've got to do a bunch of like little quests to fill this ring up all the way, and then that might. I like whenever I wiggle my mouse, it's like wiggling the environment slightly. Whoa. So we could do this. We could do this. Actually, maybe we should go and get the mushrooms first, and then try and give them to Emphas. Okay. The mushroom groves. Okay. A jello halo. What? This is what I want. This one. Okay. Okay. If we use our 5 dice, then we get a 100% positive outcome. just like guaranteed. Hello, Valentine. Hello, welcome. I'm doing good. I'm harvesting some space mushrooms to give to my friend. Okay, that's all I needed from here. We can go back to the other side of the halo thing. Okay. How many do I need? I think I only need 2. It doesn't say. It just says, like, bring him the things. 2 is things. That's plural. That's enough, right? No, he wants 3! What the hell? Also, how come I can only harvest 1 at a time? That's so bad. Okay, fine. I'll go back and do it again. I really want to progress his quest because he's so nice. He's so nice to us. He gave me a free meal. Okay. Gimme. Okay, we got a positive outcome, even though it's only a 50% chance that time. How much cryo do you have? I have... Yeah, sorry about my subtitles. They're kind of not super well placed here, are they? 111 cryo. And I've got 1 medicine left. A whole bunch of other random things in my inventory. Packet of gum. Okay. We can put the mushrooms in here. Incrasa, hello! I came to say hi. Hope you have a good stream. I can't stay long. I'm in the hospital. Oh no! I hope your stay in the hospital is good. Hope it's as pleasant as it can be. Okay, we've given him the mushrooms. Okay, he's working on making a new recipe with the mushrooms we gave him, so I guess we'll come back in 3 days. Alright, so our other priorities are, I guess, getting fed and infiltrating the Yatagan. We also need to find Sabine. I don't know what happened to them. They went missing? They went missing somewhere. I don't know. But they were working for the Yatagan. So maybe we'll find out more. But they don't seem to know anything either. Who knows? Alright. What do we want to do? We have 2 options, and I have a +1 in both of them, so it's like, really could just do either one. I guess what do we get from them? This one gives us energy, which is the food meter, I believe. And this one gives us scrap components. Could be good. I don't know. I'll do this one. Beep, 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 beep. Yay. This is gonna take a while. Getting like one little bit at a time. How many is this? 1, 2, 3. 12? No, 12? 12 dice. Okay. But the rest of our dice, they're quite low, so maybe we can spend them on, like, hacking stuff? Don't really know what to do with the 12 cycles. Well, it's possible I could spend multiple dice in one cycle, if I really wanted to. But yeah, it'd still take a while. What's this one? A Yatagan agent? I already got a bunch of data on them. What about the other side? Can I go there? No. I also have that mission we did last stream with the dog thing that we kind of defeated them, I think. But I need to. What quest is that? These are my completed quests. I did all that. I have like a sentient AI guy just in my inventory, and I need to like plug them into something. The dog with the tentacles, yeah. So my vending machine friend is in my inventory. And I think we had a kind of grander mission that was like, maybe we had to go up one of these spires or something, and go somewhere else to do it. I don't know. But the problem is, that dog was responsible for hunting us, and once it found us, it was supposed to notify a different AI called Killer, and Killer was supposed to kill us. So we got rid of Hunter, so they can't tell anyone to kill us now, but Killer is still there. So we're not actually like 100% safe yet. We need to find Killer and disable them somehow, maybe kill them, maybe like Uno reverse card on the killing. And I think they're in like a different place. Some other place. But that's right, I was gonna see what I can hack on this side of the thingy. The entire greenway is locked down. How do I get in? Is there anything else to hack? Out here? What's this? No, that's the one I can't do. Okay, no hacking over here. No hacking over here. I'm so sad. Aww. Ankita's on her ship. We didn't part on like super good terms. These are safe. Maybe this is a good place to spend stuff. Work the canteen. We've made a lot more progress over here, so I'll do it. Oh, nice, nice. I always get worried when I have like less good dice. I'm like, I don't know. What's a negative outcome in this situation? I spilled the food all over the ground and everyone is angry at me. Okay, so we have to do that four more dice on that one. I guess we'll do that one first. And then the other gun one. Or not. Maybe I'll just be completely hectic and do whatever every time. Maybe I'll forget what I'm doing. I guess I can do like one hack over here, if there's any that I have the right dice for. One. Okay, we're going in. The grow beds provide hypha member. I don't know if the like separate mushroom ones do or not. Hello, Bien, welcome. Okay, that's that day complete. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah. Okay. What happened? We used to have such better dice than this. What's happening? What did I do? How is space? It is vast and fun. We got some mushrooms and gave them to the cook guy. He's working on like a new mushroom recipe. And hey citizen sleeper, hey curry, yeah. We're doing citizen sleeper again. This is our third session. But yeah, so we got some mushrooms. We've got like Ethan's escaped and he's like angry and drunk somewhere and might come back to start shit. But whatever. I don't know. I'm not super threatened by him. And then we've got various organizations we're trying to like infiltrate. And I have like my cool vending machine AI in my pocket. Yeah. I'd like to find a way to free them. Get them out of my pocket, ideally. Patrol or collect tithes. Patrol award. Yardagon perform many roles, from protection to logistics and everything between. You never know what you might have to face on a patrol. The other one is like, give me your money. Give me your money. Yardagon operates on an in-kind basis, you were told, and tithes of goods or services must be collected in exchange for protection and administration. Yeah, protection money. I'll do this one. I'll patrol. It's risky, so I'll use a bigger dice for it. Because I don't know what the risk is. The risk could be bad. Yay. Yay. Okay. And then... what's that? Huh? Could I always do this? Or is this a new thing? Have I just ignored this the entire time? I don't know. I think that this has never been a priority for me. In the early game, it was like every dice was super critical. Every, like, placement was like, I need this or I'm gonna die. Hey, welcome, Button. We're doing good. Only just getting started, trying to, like, figure out what my goal is. What quests I want to do. I guess we're okay for mushrooms for now, but we could do some more work at the commune. Because we're pretty close to filling that out. Please be positive. Cool. Okay. And then I guess we can do this one for our final piece. Boom, we did it. Alright. We're in. They trust us now. Oh my god, can we live here? That was quick. Work assignment. Commune members are expected to turn up for work assignment, and in return, their needs will be met. All are treated equally. Nice. And then we have, I guess, a possible house. Huh? That's cool. I guess we can just live there. Oh, and a new person to meet. Rico. Oh. Head of the Haifa Botany. You head down into the Haifa compound, following a blue-painted line that is labeled Laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you they'd asked to see you, but you still have no idea what about. The line takes you to a blue door and through to a glass-roofed chamber, where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber in a strange yellow-green. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you missed the woman standing at a lab bench, camouflaged by the dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary, she smiles. That sounds too good to be true, what the hell? And then she pulls out a knife. That's what I'm expecting. Come, let's talk, she says, and beckons you closer. Okay. Who are you? Of course, my apologies. She offers a hand to shake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program at Haifa. What is Haifa? She looks surprised. You've been working on the compound for a while now. I'm surprised you don't know more. She lifts a tiny sample jar. Yellow spores dance inside. Haifa lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here, we feed each other, we work for each other. Riko walks away from the bench and waves for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this, she says, gesturing at the overgrowth. It's a kind of miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this, when they are abandoned? They dry up? That's been my experience with space botany. Exactly, they run out of water. Very rapidly, in fact. She leads you left at a crossroads. But here, they endured. She smiles to herself. Actually, no, they thrived. You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the door, of the corridor. They look dominant, strong. Thirsty heifers. Like they're taking control of this place. Riko continues. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks that feed into a network of microbial reclamation systems. But the Greenway was always envisioned as extractive, a place from which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station, not a closed loop. This has big botanical horror vibes and I'm all for it. Of course, Bitan. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erlen himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from inner system and small-scale agriculture systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. And yet here we are. Among growth and decay, a biosphere is flourishing. When Haifa came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch, but we found a jungle. With this, Riko hits a button on the wall, oh god, then what? And leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It is wet, too, a rarity on the Eye. Condensation clouds the light from the high glass roof and gathers on the shiny broad leaves of shrubs. Did you do this? Nah, I bet she didn't. How? How? That is exactly our question. Riko turns to you, visibly excited by the room you're both standing in. It doesn't make sense, but in many ways the system has stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks closer to the gap who need input to support their meager output, this place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants or built new systems buried deep below us. Or perhaps their collapse caused some fortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I'd like your help to find. What? That's what I'd like you to help me find out. She turns to you, her forehead wet with dew, with mountain dew. Me? Are you the botanist? I'm pretty sure she's the botanist. It says right here, head of the botany. Me? Me? Yeah, you. Riko sits on a railing. These holes run deep, sleeper, and I'm getting old. She stamps her foot on the metal grating of the walkway. Whatever is causing this, it's to be found in the groves deep in the Greenway. Haifa won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous. And unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, but I can't get the votes. Ah, dangerous, so you need someone expendable like me, I guess. An outsider. You sleepers are hardy beings. Yeah, sure. I know that much, and you can speak to the Eye, uncover its secrets in a way that I never can. Oh yeah, because of our cool hacking powers. She holds an arm, so you can help her stand. Bring me samples, spores, seeds, and blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them. The deeper they're found, the better. What if I don't wanna? Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, sure, lady. I'll find you some cool flowers. Thank you. And thank you for listening. Rico leads you back out of the huge chamber and up through the passages. That response. She's a little slower now and stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can. It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Oh man, I'm scared. Don't talk about blood when we're in this environment. Many of us have been here a long time, and few come through. She settles back at her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave. Come back if you find something, sleeper, she calls. There are discoveries to be made. And you follow the blue line back out of the compound, all the time thinking of that impossible magical green. They seem safe, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. Spores, blood, communism. I don't know, it seems like a good mix for some cult-like behavior. Rico has asked for samples of spores from the deep groves of the Greenway. With them, she might better understand how this biosphere functions. She seems okay. Yeah, I think she's okay. For now. Innocent until suspicious. Just don't inhale any hypha. Yeah. Don't breathe in the hypha. Okay. That's cool. I might do that when I have some better dice though. Don't wanna like die. Yeah. Dying is not really ever good. The wastes. What do you do here? Oh, you gather scrap. Okay. Is there anything else to do out here? What's that? Oh, that's the cool people. The cool people. I'll show you the cool people if they reveal themselves. No! I don't want to. It's too early. I don't want to do any episode. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Let's go back to the other side. Now we should try and infiltrate the Yardigan as well. But stuff here is a little riskier. 25% chance of getting a negative outcome. Okay. Not too bad. Oh my god. Help Rico with her experiments. Oh, I forgot! We also have that job to actually make the ship. Where is that? Here? I haven't done that in a while, but it's dangerous, so I can't really do it on a one. It only tells you like possible positive outcomes. It doesn't tell you the like what'll happen if I ruin everything. Maybe with our last dice, what should we do? Maybe eat something? Eat something. Does anything else get me food? We could work at the bar. We could just buy food. I forgot that was an option. We could just buy food. Ooh, I don't know. Do we want to take a shift at the bar? 50% chance for a negative outcome. It's only 10 cry. I know, but like, I want to know what the negative outcome is. I'll do this and then I'll buy a food. I don't actually think this makes food. This makes food. Come on. Oh yeah. Apparently my service was good. And then we'll use that money we just made to buy a food. Yeah. We made 3 cryo profit. Cool. should really do this as well. I want to do everything, basically, if it's possible. Okay. Should we go sleep in the commune? I don't know if I'm ready to like move in yet. It's like day 1. It's day 1. Negative outcome is Ethan showing up? No! Ew! Okay, I'm going to the commune. There's no way he'd show up at the commune. He'd be like, ew, plants and nice people, that's disgusting. Alright. What will happen if I sleep here? I don't know. Let's find out. Wish. Oh no. Oh no. I only have 4 dice now. I'm flickering. You wake up in a pot. You wake up with plants growing out of your goddamn skin. Do I have skin? I don't know. We can sunbathe, much like a plant. It's literally, my skin is literally photosynthetic. Wow. This is a good place for me then. Okay. Wait, before I leave, because it's the leaves, it's the green place. Before I leave, let's check out. Oh, I can just give her these spores. Are these good enough? Yeah, she liked it. Hello hoods, welcome. Hi, Miya. I hope you went ham on your birthday and had a party and lots of fun. I didn't have a party, but I did have lots of fun. I did have yummy, silly cocktails. It was kind of a party. Kind of a party. Okay. What are we gonna do with that dice? Deliver spores. The green way. What is our... She just wants us to... Poggers, you got hammered. No better occasion than your birthday. Yeah. Only comes once a year. I just don't know where I want to like concentrate my energy. I feel like we made a fair amount of progress on the shipbuilding, so maybe we should do that. We're halfway done on this, and I think this will progress Lem and Mina's quest. So we'll do a day at work. Welding stuff. Ah, did I get like did I just get promoted? The text changed. Or is that just like what happens at the end of the day? I don't know. That's cool. Maybe I'll do another one. I don't know. I'm spreading myself so thin. Oh yeah, we also got to keep an eye on what Ethan's up to. 2 days until something happens. Don't know. And what are these again? These are just like... yeah, the salvage. I haven't visited this guy. It looks like he doesn't care. I thought it was gonna be like Toshiro's gonna be like, this is my surgery place now because Sabine's gone. Ha. But he's not even here. Maybe if I buy something he'll be like, ha. Actually, to be honest, he didn't really leave much of an impression. He's probably more like the silent kind of grunting stoic type. I never filled this out either. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just want to do all of them. I want to do all of them. My completionist needs. They're too strong. Selling drugs as yeah, selling drugs is the same as selling medicine because medicine are drugs. It's just some drugs are illegal. Yatagan patrol. Sure, why not? I'm gonna do a really good job. Maybe. Yeah. Nearly halfway. And I think I'll do a bar shift because I want to basically, I'm motivated by like world building and lore, but also cool characters. Like those three things in combination really kick up my like completionist desires. So I want to talk to the bar person again who helped us out ages ago, but I feel like to do that I have to trigger it somehow by doing quests. If I do a really good job at the bar, you know, if I become a regular cool person, then Tala will come back and be like, we are now friends. And then I'll feel good. That's the plan. Okay, let's buy our food again. I want to keep that full. And with our final little pathetic one, again, what will I do? Well, I have a perk that increases my data that I get from hacking, so I have like so much, but I don't have anything to use on it now. Just 2 more shifts and we will know. Yeah, we're getting closer. I guess I'll just get this guy. Oh no, I can't. I don't have the right dice. Okay. What about you? Maybe they all require the same. Is that the same kind of thing? Alright, I guess some more Yardigan data. Feels kind of like disingenuous to be like hacking all of the Yardigan agents and then also trying to join the Yardigan. But like, hey, I've been on your phone. But also, hello comrade. Oh, we can also make a bit of money from doing this too. Nice. Alright. I'm going to go to sleep. Cross to the greenway. And then go to sleep. And we'll need to have medicine again soon and buy our new medicine. What's it actually called? Stabilizer. We've come a long way. Things were super dire when we first got to the Halo thingy. You're gonna ask questions about things you shouldn't know about and get caught. No, they're gonna be like, wait, how do you know I have a pet dog called Fluffy? And then I'll be like, oh, I saw it on your Instagram. And they'll be like, I don't have Instagram. I just have a million photos on my phone of my dog. Then we'll have to create some kind of distraction, a diversion, and then just run away. Ah! He's ready! He's ready! Emphys is back! Oh, it's been so long. Okay. Emphys is preparing the Griol caps. He's had to heavily adapt to this recipe, he says, but the smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish white bulb that you have never seen before, and he's slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb and the oil. They caramelize there in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. We have a moment, sleeper, he smiles. Do you have a story? Dude, I have so many stories. It's been so long since we last spoke. Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia, something distant and melancholic. It seems like the story should match that feeling somehow, and maybe you'll feel better for telling it. Recall your oldest memories, tell another sleeper's story. Oh, I wonder if this will be like about that sleeper that we saw get kind of murdered by our friend. No, okay, not that. You start by explaining what it was like to work alongside the other sleepers, or at least what you remember of it after your long trip through the void. You try to explain that the close proximity you lived and worked in didn't always engender the same kind of closeness you might imagine, and that mostly each sleeper was just as lonely as another. You do remember one, however, an extractor, who you ended up on an asteroid extraction detail with. Like most sleepers, they had a few nascent memories left behind from the person they were emulated from. But these memories almost exclusively focused on a daughter they could never fully recall. All they had of her was a handful of half-eroded memories and emotions, both someone else's and also their own. I feel like your choice of friends is a poor one if they happen to be murdering people, but that's just me. Yeah, well, we're not really friends anymore, and also the person they murdered was kind of like, maybe already dead, but we're not sure. And also the person they murdered was a sleeper, and us sleepers don't have human rights, so maybe they're like racist, I don't know. I don't know, but they gave me money, and I needed it. You recall how one cycle that sleeper simply kicked off from the asteroid into the black. Oh wow. That's depressing. Their propulsion units firing until they were just empty. You tell Emphas how you watched them fade away and wink out, suddenly lost in the void. After that, you stare quietly for a long time, watching Emphas cook. What the hell? We're like, hey Emphas, do you want me to tell you the story about the one person that I bonded with and how they just mysteriously killed themselves? By the way, this tastes great! Emphas finishes cooking and meets your eye. I'm sorry, sleeper, for your troubles. He puts the wok to one side. I appreciate you sharing with me. I hope it lightens you a little. He passes you a bowl and heaps the grills into it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce in whirls and blooms. Eat. The dish is delicious. Filling, it warms you. It warms you as you eat in a way you weren't even sure your body could be. Wah. It warms you as you eat in a way you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. Okay, it's about the warmth. It is a small mercy, you think, that S&Up left you this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experiences. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experience must be met. That's why you breathe, even when you do not need air. Without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and... okay, well, it's this goddamn Wikipedia entry on what sleepers are, I guess. I just wanted to eat my mushrooms, man. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power. Does that mean they turn into poop? Is this the paragraph about how sleepers poop? So much is wasted. And yet, while you eat this food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Memphis takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods. And walk your separate ways, back into the bright market, somehow changed. Wah! We finally did it! I've had that quest for 1,000,000 years. I still have that quest. Oh my god, I have to bring him a different kind of mushroom. What? Spoilers, there are more kinds of mushrooms. Now he wants Matsutake caps. Matsutake caps. Wow. Or maybe it's Matstake, like mistake. No, it's probably not that. It's probably not that. Well, that's good. That's good to make some progress there. Do we know where we can get these? I think probably from continuing with the botany research we might be able to find them. Got some decent dice today at least, that's good. What are we gonna spend them on? We should do a day on the shipbuilding. I forgot, because I keep forgetting about that one. Okay. Yay! You can see the progress is filling up. And the bar, I wanted to make more progress on the bar. What do I do? This one? Ooh, just one more. I could do one more. We'll see. We'll hold on to it. And also one more day until Ethan. Ew, Ethan. He sucks. I hate that guy. I'm so sorry if anyone is called Ethan, by the way. This must be really hard to listen to. My problem is only with this one Ethan here in this game. Other Ethans are fine. Probably. I mean, we can't speak for every person called Ethan. Who knows? Who knows? So, is there a way I can become like a mushroom expert? Yeah, sorry, not sorry. Or as I like to say, sozo. Maybe... Okay. Maybe if we... Sorry, I moved my head. Maybe if we fill this out, that will lead to some mushroom progress. So she wants spores, right? Not mushrooms. Okay. We can get spores. We can do that. I'll use my super impressive giant 6. You find a chamber thick with pale particles. You gather as many as you can. Unsure what species or types might be in the mix. That sounds promising. It also sounds maybe slightly like a workplace hazard. Okay. Oh, we got 2! We can give them both. And another one. Ooh. Okay. Rico needs spores to study the strangely resilient biosphere that has formed around the Greenway. How is this place thriving? How? Here we go. Sleeper. Rico greets you, without so much as looking up from her work. I have some of yours here, come see. She beckons you over to a heavyweight-looking console wired to a series of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. My spores? They're not my spores, they're just like I don't own them, they're just spores I found. Don't assign them to me like that. The Miya spores. What does it say? What does it say? The spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types from within the groves, but I've been able to isolate a few. She taps one of the specimen jars. Here we have Tricoloma matsutake. Riko breezes through the Latin and Japanese pronunciation as if it was nothing. A species Solheim somewhat modified for use on the station. She brings up a panel on her console showing a chemical composition. All gradiented bars and obtuse acronyms. This is the composition of the Solheim modified matsutake spores. Am I supposed to understand that? Not entirely, no, but I think you'll understand this. Riko brings up another panel, identical in layout, but with wildly different colors and numbers. You see, this is what your matsutake spores look like. They aren't the same. That's the conclusion, yes. Riko glances at the specimen jar as if it might have something to add. The jar is sentient. They are fundamentally the same spores, but they carry very different chemicals, different signals. She leans back and sighs. Solheim may have introduced their own tweaked versions in the beginning, but the groves here still are affecting them. Affecting them? How? It's hard to tell without samples of fully grown mushrooms. She meets your eye, and herein lies our problem. She moves to another desk, where two trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. The second, you smell before you even look at it. Ugh. The pungent aroma of the fruiting matsutake, like rotting, sodden overalls laced with an edge of spice. Ew. Spicy overalls. The matsutake here are grown from Solheim stalks, pulled from a spore vault in this complex. She winks. They are delicious, by the way. She sets them aside. The empty tray is germinated with the spores you collected. There's no activity, no germination, nothing. But the groves are full. Yes, they are. Riko looks at you directly, and you suddenly realize how much she's enjoying this. So here is our puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the groves won't grow in the lab. But gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body from some of these spores, so we can track it and understand it. In short, I need you to become my mushroom farmer. Actually, I already started. Riko looks impressed. Oh yeah, that was the right answer. Well, an eager mycologist. I'd never have guessed. I assume you set yourself up in the aviary. I've been eyeing that place for its proximity to the groves. Bring me whatever grows, not just matsutake. There's more than a couple of variants in there, so I'll need plenty of samples. She plucks a matsutake cap from the tray. These little things are reflections of their conditions, their smell, their taste, their chemistry. It all derives from the conditions of their growth. She smells the cap, like a weirdo. Enough of these and we'll have a picture of what is happening here, of the ways in which this biosphere is modifying itself, or maybe being modified, whichever the case. Riko pops the matsutake cap into her mouth, taking you by surprise. I'm taken by surprise. Why did she do that? Why'd she just eat it? Don't worry, Sleeper, she says while softly chewing. If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom will go to waste. She's just gonna eat all of them. She just wants to eat mushrooms for free. Whoa. I'm gonna change the perspective. Whoa. I'm tired of it being this way. It's gonna be this way now. And so casually too, I know. It's like, that's my specimen. It's the thing I harvested, why are you just eating it? Okay. Yeah, cool, so I guess we need to get her some random fungus now. grow mushrooms. She said that I must have set myself up. It's the same mushroom the other guy needs, yeah. She was like, you must have set yourself up in the aviary. And I was just like, yeah, sure, but I don't actually know where that is. Or if that's true. This isn't called the aviary, this is called buried fungus chambers. Whatever. Alright, final dice. What are we gonna use it on? Maybe we'll work at the bar. One more time. Hopefully it'll go smoothly. Here we are. Put the last dice in. Okay, 50% chance for a negative outcome. Oh, cool. I feel like this is way too forgiving. Why do I always get good rolls? Okay, good service, we completed it. Now... yeah! We can talk to Tala. The Griol slides from the bottle into the lumpy recycled glass, a pale grassy yellow under the overlook's warm lights. The spacer nods and takes the drink, bringing it up to their face in both hands like an offering bowl. This is the good stuff. The stuff Tala says is aged in wooden casks, stored in some closed-off part of the old station, among corroded wires and softly looping systems. Though sometimes it's hard to tell if Tala is joking. Either way, you like pouring this stuff. It gets on your fingers and you rub them together. You can smell the mossy drink cut through with aniseed, mushrooms, wood, as the alcohol evaporates. You like those who order it too. The aged grill is kept beneath the bar, open to order only by those who know it's there. Ooh, off menu. Like the quiet spacer sitting at the bar right now. Watch the spacer, or busy yourself. Let's be a creepy person, let's just stare at them while they're trying to drink. I challenge them to a duel with my eyes. I'm watching you. They are far enough away that you can freely watch them as you close the bottle and tuck it beneath the bar. You call them a spacer because they bear the hallmarks. Pale, vac-suited, bird-boned, and hunched beneath the weight of the station's spin gravity. But the closer you look, the less you see a type. Pale eyes, almost grey, but kind. Oh, how nice. Delicate fingers that lightly drum the bar, as if it was an instrument. A shock of black hair almost covering a forehead scar. Scars are something you've learned to value. They are what marks your body from the hundreds, maybe thousands, who knows, of similar models that rolled out of S&ARP's biolabs. You find yourself rubbing one on your forearm. A rough little split. Something that on the good days you might think of as a mark of defiance. Suddenly you hear a heavy clunking at the door. It creaks open and a huge cylindrical metal tank tumbles through, slamming into the floor. Shit. Shit. Tala breezes in from behind it, a well of hair and bright eyes. Shit, 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 shit. Tala? Sleeper! She ducks behind the bar and comes over. Can you help me with this? You look at the huge metal tank suspiciously. How did you even get that up here? Tala puts a hand on her hip. Are you gonna help me or what? I love how it's like all like immersive and poetic and like blah 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 blah, and then we just like go to the next chapter or whatever, and Tala's just like, oh shit, giant barrel incoming. You come over around the bar and get on one side of the tank. Okay, says Tala. On my count. 1, 2, 3. You both heave the tank up to standing. Somehow you hold it in place, struggling to keep it steady. Tala? In the back, comes a voice from behind the tank. I guess she's behind the tank. I was like, is this a new voice? Is there a third person now? Somehow you manage to lug the huge thing into the back room, where you place it on one corner, dwarfing the rest of the contents in the cramped space. As you do, you hear a crunch. Oh no. I hope it's not her foot. You stand back and look at the expired rations oozing out from under the tank. Oh shit. Tala looks at you apologetically. I know you liked those. That's okay. You push the crushed rations to one side. That's the end of that. Tala looks exhausted and rubs her shoulders. Francis, I swear. Who is Francis? Francis? Huh? Francis, I mentioned him already. My guy on the door deals with suppliers. Tall. She sighs. He was supposed to be back from Etienne. It's up the Greenway by now. Back with our girl. She leans against the tank. It seems like he's got lost again. Or joined the Haifa commune. Oh shit, the Haifa commune. I'm gonna get some gossip on the Haifa commune. We need that grill. I'm calling it grill, but it's actually like a gyro. Whatevs. There's 4 other bars near here, and the spaces sure as hell don't come to the overlook for the ambience. She looks through the door. The open door to check if anyone can hear her. She knocks on the hollow tank. So I'm taking matters into my own hands. She smiles. Welcome, sleeper, to the Overlook Distillery. You look around the dank back room. Needs some work. You must be joking. No, come on, let's be supportive. Let's be supportive. She picks at some paint flaking from the metal walls. Well, I might need some help. She shrugs. You up for it? It could be fun. Yes. Yes. I want to make a distillery. Okay. She grabs you by the shoulders. I'm excited. She turns around and looks at the tank. I reckon we chop this thing in half. One half for fermentation, the other we turn into a still. We'll also need to gather the ingredients. She turns back and looks at you. You look more like a chopper than a gatherer. She smiles. So how about you build the still and the tub while I work on the rest? Oh wait, sleeper, I have an idea. Tala is grinning now and it's making you nervous. To make up for the rations, how about we put a kitchen in here too? Will it fit? We'll make it work. She turns back to the tank. This is going to be great, she says to herself. You look at the dented tank and the bare room. At least she has a vision. Tala nudges you out of the back room and closes the door. As you go back to the bar, you hear the banging and the thumping begin. The spacer finishes up their drink and nods in your direction as they leave. You can't quite tell if it's a gesture of sympathy or good luck. So much for a quiet shift. Ah, that's so cool. We've got a new quest. Improve the Overlook. Tala wants to build a distillery in the back room of the Overlook, and Tala is someone it is hard to say no to. Yay! How do we do that? Not that I can right now. I've used up all my dice for the day. That's cool. So now I can just like work at the bar, or we can cut up her tanks and stuff and start building the distillery. But we can't eat the rations anymore because she's accidentally crushed them with the barrel thing. Well, that's nice. That's nice. I want that quest to go well. Gotta like mix it up, you know, bit of wholesome stuff, bit of like really sad things. The free smoke. Maybe we should do this. I don't know, it just kind of like, it's like climb a thing. It's dangerous. Like, why would I do that? I don't know. I don't know. What's up there? Maybe I shouldn't be saying that as someone that likes bouldering. I pay money to climb dangerous things and then fall off of them. Okay, let's go to sleep. I'm gonna sleep over here today. I'm gonna mix it up. You know, Ethan's gonna be like, wow, where'd she go? She's not here. And then he'll go investigate other places, but then I won't be there. I'll be here. You know? Throw him off. Did it say both outcomes are negative no matter what? I don't know. Oh, and which one? I feel like it would never say that. Oh, no! 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 Oh, the spoke? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god damn it, Ethan's back! This sucks. Okay. Alright. You miss me? Ethan smiles raggedly at you. No. Why the fuck is he back? You look at him. He's paler than usual, hunched. He's sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. That's no way to greet an old friend. Get lost! Ethan's face drops. Dude, he was trying to murder us. We're not friends. I would have walked away, pretend I didn't know him. Yeah. Just be like, who? I don't see anybody here. There's just an empty hallway with no one in it. That's so weird. Did I hear something just now? Ethan's face drops. Wow. How can he be surprised that we would react this way? Along with all pretense of friendliness. I think you'll want to hear this, sleeper. I think, he says, rapidly shaking his head. You'll really want to hear this. Unless it's an apology, I don't think I do want to hear it. But I'm kind of curious. I doubt it. Ethan ignores you. This is big, really big stuff. About you. He seems more jittery than usual, on edge. Ooh. You remember how S&UP cancelled the contract on you? The contract I was gonna collect? Seriously, Ethan? Well, I'm guessing you were pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed. Me, I lost everything, but let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. And so, what did you think? Oh, and so what'd you think? That was it? Yeah. Stay silent, stay silent. Well, it was, except... Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if old S&UP gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who's even more of a shithead than yours truly. I mean, yeah, obviously, that's kind of what I expected. That's why I want to get my tracker disabled before the next one shows up. He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. Yeah, okay. Whatever. I mean, that's life. As a sleeper. Ethan grins. I don't want him to grin. I don't think he has any reason to be grinning. That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see, some colleagues, about what went down. Turns out S&UP cancelled all of their bounty hunter contracts. A whole lot. It seems they've brought someone in-house. Some guy who did so well on their last contract that they got offered a job. He leans in. He looks like garbage. There's no reason for him to be grinning. I know, look at his stupid smile. No, you're not allowed to smile. Apparently he made a hit on this ship called the Winter Wonderland or something. It was smuggling sleepers out from under S&UP's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship. They called him Hemwick or Maywick or something. He gives up, looking for the paper. I forget. You mean Winter Light? That's it. He looks at you hard. So you do know about all this. He pats you on the shoulder. Ew, no, don't touch me. Ew. Then you'll be very happy to hear about what I'm about to offer you. I don't think so. Ethan runs his hands through his greasy hair. Given this new information I've brought to light, it seems like you're in need of protection. Wait for the pitch. Alright, I want to hear it. I, meanwhile, am in need of assistance in kind. It turns out I upset some people at the compressor the last time we were there. The owners. They say they'll space me unless I work off the debt. Seems they are that kind of businessman. He grimaces. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out, in a mime of poverty. He looks pitiful, even more so for his clownish acting. Then work it off. Oh no, he's getting cranky. You should be glad, the anger rising in him now, that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You are a contract, a name on a list. He kicks the wall. Huh. Ethan rubs his temples. I'm sorry. Oh my god! He's apologizing! Why is he supposed to help him? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's like under this weird false pretense that we're friends for some reason. I mean, I paid off his tab, but only because he was gonna murder me if I didn't, you know? I didn't do it because I'm your friend. Ethan rubs his temples. I'm sorry, he hisses. I'm sorry for being a shit and trying to kill you and whacking that thick skull of yours. He sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy? But us? He jabs a finger between the two of you. We don't have a choice. So you keep me from getting killed, and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other. A straight 50-50 deal. He looks at you. I'm not asking for a favor. Oh, I don't know. I feel like we're gonna have to think about it. I don't want to just jump in and agree to that. I reckon he would betray us. Who's to say he isn't currently already doing that? Ethan nods. I'm at the compressor, every cycle, working. He pauses. Just think about Maywick. Think about that cold SNRB shit on his way here from the core systems. That should give you the motivation you need. The instant he can as soon as he can betray me, he is gonna do it. Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you, he shouts. Oh, Ethan, I hate you. Don't have a redemption arc, please. Just stay shitty. Alright, let's help build this bar. We built this distillery. Tala comes to help you for a bit and chats to you about her plans for the Overlook. A second pair of hands makes the work go easier. Yay. Yay. Yeah, okay. Tala maybe is my fave. How is the Yardigan doing? I'm nearly halfway through on this one. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at that eye again. So... the bad outcome is I lose condition, and the bad outcome on this one is I lose 2 energy. The best outcome is that I filled the bar twice. 2 bars. I guess the normal one would be like 1 bar of progress. A tangled network of service passages and makeshift tunnels cut through the spoke as if it were a hive. There are no maps here. Blistered with precarious elevators and stairways, the spoke can be navigated from the outside, but the climb requires bravery. I have that, so we can go on the outside or the inside. We probably need to take medicine soon, so I don't mind if we lose some condition. Oh, this one. spoke climber. Somehow deep in the spoke you come across a thoroughfare lit by work lamps where the group passes back and forth with ease. Cool, cool. I'll do the other one. So that one's dangerous, this one's only risky. Start action. Ooh. We actually gained energy because this is an engage activity. I forgot about that. So when we do engage, we have a chance to gain energy from doing it because we're a little crazy. We're the adrenaline junkie. You spend hours on staircases that never seem to end. When you reach its peak, the view is incredible, but you feel the pain. No pain, no gain. Okay, we're halfway done on scaling the spoke. Oh, what's this? Steal a shipment. Ooh. Do a little bit of crime. Or be a freight operator. They both require interface. With so many shipments, what's one diverted package? You would have no idea what you are stealing, but that's part of the fun, right? And this one is... Midline runs automated freights down from the free spoke. They need skilled operators and you don't have to lift a single crate. Cool. Could be a fun thing to do. For money. These are intrusive thoughts. What's this one? What is this? Huh? What is this? Double positive outcomes as a freight operator. Yeah, only get a little bit of money or get at a normal amount of money. Fragments. What is this place? The offices. Oh, I haven't been here for a while. Ever since Feng went missing. Too many characters have gone missing now. I'm a little worried about them. I do have lots of data though, so I guess I could just give them some. I don't know, is that bad? I don't know. They want informants on gang activity in the Eye and they'll pay. Sophisticated tech is rare on the Eye, so the shipyard is happy to pay for ship-mined fragments they can dismantle and reuse. I don't have any of those. I don't really want to team up with these weird corpo scumbags. I guess we can go here to talk to Ethan if we want. Interesting. So all of our actions can help with Ethan's debt, but a really good roll on this one will do 2 inputs instead of just 1. I don't know. He's not really a priority. He's kind of dumb. Oh, but there is that other... I have to admit that our sleeper is not very good at combat. And there is currently a guy coming to murder us. Like, he's not wrong. We do kind of need to help each other a little bit. I don't know, I'm stuck between like my heart, which is like, fuck Ethan, and then my brain, which is like, but logically speaking, we do kind of need all the help we can get. Maybe I'll think about it tomorrow. I'll think about it for tomorrow, maybe. Let's do a patrol. Like, I have to be cautious. I feel like if he's gonna betray me, it's like, same. I will betray you too. We can be mutually not trustworthy towards each other. That seems like a healthy relationship. Huh? What? We've made progress. As you say your goodbyes to the other enforcers and walk back through the low end, a cherub being catches your attention. In a quiet corridor away from the main thoroughfares, someone has stuck a small recorder to the wall with suit sealant tape. Written across the fluorescent tape is one word: Sleeper. That's us. We're Sleeper. It's for us. It's a gift. Or a trap. You peel it away from the wall, and as you do, it triggers some kind of improvised trip switch. Oh. It's for the confetti. Sleeper. Sleeper. Sabine's voice crackles through. I've seen you with Yardagon members. Are they holding you captive now too? I'm sorry if I've dragged you into this. Do not trust them. Something is happening within the gang, some kind of power struggle. You cover the speaker a little, their voice too loud in the quiet corridor. I will come soon. Thanks to your efforts, I have located most of their properties at the right time. A pause. I will see you soon. Don't give up. Remember our deal. The recording cuts out. I don't remember our deal. I don't remember our deal. Whatever my deal was, it was like, help Sabine by hacking Yardagon agents. You stare at the recorder, processing what you've just heard. Hearing Sabine's voice again opens up something inside of you. An S&ARP employee. Do they know that I know? You struggle with a mix of concern and distrust. I'm always struggling with that mix. You throw the recorder into a nearby waste chute as you leave the corridor, still unsure who to trust, and head quickly out of the low end. Yeah, I mean, trust no one. There you go, easy. Problem solved. No, I trust, this funny lady. Tala. I couldn't remember her name. I was like, it's like something. Ala. Tala. Oh, we're all out of energy though, so we're gonna have to go to bed. And we'll probably... The plant lady? She's okay too. Yeah, Riko's okay too. I don't know her enough yet. Like what her deal is. I mean, she seems like she just really likes plants a lot. Ah, we're hungry. We're hungry. Gotta eat 3 bars worth of food. Wait, what was that? No! We've got a new freaking bounty hunter countdown clock. Maywick. Ethan says Maywick is on their way. You'll need to leave the station, get protection, or disable your tracker before they arrive. So those are our options, I suppose. Leave the station. I don't want to leave though, because I got all these quests going on here. I want to like... do them. Get protection, we know how to do that. That's the Ethan option. Or disable our tracker. And I have been trying to disable my tracker forever. It probably would have happened either way. Yay, I can't wait to meet another bounty hunter. You know, maybe the next bounty hunter will be cool. I mean, like, they'll still be trying to murder us, but maybe they'll be cooler about it. Alright. Well, I have no idea where Fang is, so I can't disable my tracker. And I don't want to leave, so that does leave only the Ethan option. Ugh. Ugh. And from what I've heard, the other bounty hunter is like way more pro than him because he got hired full time to bounty hunt. Maybe the bounty hunter is the one person Ethan has issues with. Yeah, what I'm hoping is like just kill each other. That would be nice. Although I don't think here the problem is I want Ethan to protect me, right? I guess. But, like, I don't expect him to be motivated to protect me. Like, why would he care? You know, if I feel like it's like, I'll help pay off his debt, the bounty hunter will rock up, and then Ethan will be like, either take it personally and be like, I hate this bounty hunter because they stole my job and I want to kill them and take their place. Or he'll just be like, sweet, bye. I don't even care anymore. I guess he's motivated by money, so if he kills that bounty hunter and then does also steal their job, you know, that would be money in his pocket. So I guess it's a win-win. As long as he doesn't die. I don't know, is he willing to die for me? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe he'll get like Stockholm Syndrome and fall in love with us. That would be kind of awkward. Let's do this one because it'll increase the ring as much as possible. Oh, only 2. I mean, that was the best outcome, but still, it's not a lot. Guess we'll have to do this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least 5 more times with good dice. Aww. You and Ethan get put on bar in a quiet shift and have a pleasant conversation with a customer. Turns out they're a friend of the owner. Can you drop all of the dice into one quest? I could, but I do also need to eat food. But there's nothing stopping me from just continuously putting my dice in the same slot. It's not like there's a cooldown or a limit. At least I haven't like come across anything like that so far. I don't think I have. What's this? Why is this? Why is this making a yellow thing? Get Ethan's protection. Oh, somehow you were once again helping Ethan. This time he's offered his protection if you help clear his debt. So he's not even gonna protect me until I finish paying off his stupid debt. Ugh, he's the worst. At least he's miserable. That's like, at least we have that going for us. Is this dangerous? No, it's safe. Okay, cool. But it doesn't give us any kind of like cool progress towards a goal. We will also need to buy medicine soon. If we go down to 3 dice, I'll be sad. We have an upgrade available. Oh, we've got 2 points now, so we could get one of these other upgrades. Usually I like to hold on to them for a situation where it's gonna like make a big impact. Like if it's like, oh no, if only I had +2 or something in that one annoying thing, and then I have it. Let's work at the bar. Or, you know, help build the distillery. Oh, I also need to eat some food, so I'll have to do that too. That strategy worked out well last stream. Yeah. Yeah, I used that to become like a pro babysitter for Mina. Where do I want to get my food? We could get the food from the commune. Or, I don't know. We can buy some food? That's good. Buy some food. There we go. Oh, we got plus in the fungus fan. Whatever that is. Maybe that's like our relationship with Emphas. It's just called like fungus fan. I'm a big fan. To the greenway. What's going on over here? Mushroom stuff. Ah, right. We haven't tried doing this yet. Maybe I'll put one here and then we'll do another shift with Ethan. Stupid Ethan. Cool. Back to the compressor. Compressor club. Danger? Like, I don't know. Sounds kind of bad. What kind of danger? Wash up, stock check, cleaning, prep work. Back work at the compressor is all bad smells, flickering lights, and hard scrubbing. Sounds good, let's do it. Whoa. Okay. Wow, okay. That took up a lot of my energy. Jeez, I should have done that before I did the other thing. I didn't know that could happen. Okay. We're gonna be starving tomorrow. Whoosh. Huge crit. Starving, no. Okay, okay. We'll take a medicine. We'll go buy one from Toshiro. Hey buddy, give me some meds please. I already have one, but I wanna like, you know, I wanna always have one ready. So let's get one. Say hi. Toshiro takes the chits and hands you a vial. You quickly leave. Bye. Bye. That was kind of expensive. At least the price has gone down a little. Okay, we gotta work at this stupid place. We'll do this. Maybe I should just prioritize perfect rolls going in here, since it's kind of time sensitive. Alright. Alright. And we can do a 2 here, I guess. Ooh, a random scrap item. Now we need to definitely spend our last one on eating. Why do I do that? Or we can buy a food and then do an eating task. Although I'm not made of money. Okay. Across to the greenway. I think this feeds me. Yeah, this gives me food. And it's safe. There's no like bad thing that can happen, I think. Yay. You are assigned to work in the canteen, feeding others. The work is hard, but you enjoy sharing the effort with the other members. Alright. Wait, let's sleep over here. Where's my other bed? Oh, I was like, hey, this one doesn't have the doom clock of Maywick, but it does. Alright, let's have a stabilizer. Delicious. So stable. Yep, and there we go, let's end our cycle. Okay. Not very good rolls today. I don't want Maywick. I don't want another bounty hunter. It's refreshing to be repaired. Yeah. I don't want to do it, but I have to. I don't know where Fang is. I don't want to have a tracker anymore. If I had better social skills, maybe I could have been like, hey Fang, if you want me to hack a million things, can you please at least ensure my like basic needs of survival are met by removing this tracker? I don't know. If someone came to me and was like, hey, I have a tracker that will make me die if we don't remove it, I feel like I probably would just remove it for them, like pro bono. I'm hoping Maywick is a lot friendlier. Yeah, I don't think he will be. I'm hoping that Maywick will at least be cool though. I'm expecting them to be a little more professional, since like they're a pro and all. Pro bounty hunter, not this casual, shitty, stupid Ethan bounty hunter. Okay. What other quests are we doing? Oh yeah, this one. Building a distillery. Okay, so wait, we are halfway complete on the Overlook Distillery. Bum, bum, bum. I guess we probably need to make money since we lost a bunch of it to food and also the medicine. Okay. We'll do one of these. Make some noodles. Yay! And we got a bit of money. Okay, last dice. Last dice, where you go? Where do you go? Can't do anything risky, so we can't climb the thingy. Maybe we'll do a shift here just to see what it's like. Get some cash. You flick through schedules, revising the timetables to squeeze in extra shipments. The automated payout reflects your efforts. Cool. Alright. That's a pretty successful day. I'm kind of putting a pause on mushroom stuff until we get easiest cycle so far. Yeah. I'll get back on the mushroom quest line, but just want to make sure we preemptively are ready for this Maywick threat. Although I feel like putting my trust in Ethan is kind of like not the best move. I just want to find Fang. Maybe I should do more Yatagan things to find Fang. Although that's just like a hunch. I don't actually know. Wow. These are some better dice. Okay. Oh. Alright, Dum Dum, I'm here to help you on the shift. Okay. It's a positive outcome. Oh yeah, look, we almost fulfilled it. Yeah. Okay, I'll do another one. Although I guess I don't need to use that one. I could use a 4. Ooh. And it's filling my energy as well. I guess we get to like have a snack. Or maybe... Oh no, that's because of my engage perk, I think. Ah, it's hard to keep track of where all the numbers are coming from. You and Ethan are best buds now. I would hate it if that were the case. One more. You get put on the door despite your protests, and you end up in the middle of a fight between two drunk spacers. Ethan drags you out. Well, thanks, Ethan. And we've paid off his debt. We did it! Alright. They're never going to release my debt. Oh. What? Ethan kicks at a locker and the sound rattles loudly around the room. Ethan paces around the small room, swearing to himself. Frick. Frick. You watch him from the locker room bench. Why not? Why not? He spits on the floor. Peh! An old habit. They like having sniveling little shits like us to work their club. It saves on the overheads and they get to boss us around. He kicks the locker again and swears. What did they say? Some shit about getting back to me? I swear to God, these are the most straight-edged gangsters I've ever seen. He laughs at his own joke. I can't do it. I can't spend another shift stomping spaces, stopping spaces, bringing nail guns into the club, or pouring endless shots of Girl for ignorant Havenish worker crews. He looks to the locker again, threatening it with a final kick. I mean it. I'm gonna go up there and shoot every single one of those shits. He makes a finger gun. They deserve it. I mean, I don't know. Violence is fun. It's fun. But what's the other option? If Ethan dies, then he can't protect us against Maywick, you know? As fun as it would be to send him up there on a little psycho gun mission. Maybe he shouldn't have been in so much deep debt. Yeah. Don't get all excited. I haven't got my gun, remember? He stops pacing. But, you know, Sleeper, that's not a bad idea you have there. I didn't have an idea. I didn't have an idea. He ignores you. I don't mean shooting up the place, I mean getting the gun. He sits beside you on the bench. Think about it. What am I supposed to do when Maywick gets here? Shout him down? Oi! Don't shoot. I need that gun. I need that gun if you want me to keep my end of the deal. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. How is he gonna protect me if he doesn't have a gun? It's simple. An explosive personality for a distraction at the front. He places a hand on his own chest. Great. A sneaky sleeper to go into the back. He pats your chest. Don't. What? No. I'm feeling scandalized. What about the debt? We've done our time. And the wounds, they've faded. If they don't notice us take the gun, they'll never know it's gone. Plus, he stands up, after my distraction, they'll be happy to see the back of me. What the hell is he gonna— what is he thinking? What is he gonna do? Or they'll want you dead even more. Yeah, fine, what— I don't know. I feel like if someone wants you dead, it's kind of like already too late. So if they want you more dead, it's like, well, dead is dead, you know. Dead is dead. Yes! He gives the locker one last kick. For good luck. Let me know when you want to do this. Then we both move as one, and we meet up in the Bright Market afterwards. But don't take too long, or I really will shoot this place up. You know I'll do it. Yeah, he would. Okay. Alright, so we got some kind of crazy gun heist. Got some gun heist to do. He's always a worry. Ethan is a constant source of worry. Okay, final dice. I guess I actually have a good dice for this right now. You know where the lockup is, and Ethan's gun has to be there since the bartender took it. Time to take it back. The bartender's gonna be like, what the fuck are you doing? They'll be like, why are you helping him? He's the guy we stopped from killing you. Whatever. Oh, look, the outcomes. One of them is unknown. But if we use this dice, it's a guaranteed win. Okay. When you reach the lockup, there's no one there. You guess the distraction worked. You grab the gun. I hope he hasn't framed us. I hope he hasn't set us up. Alright. The gun tucked safely into a pocket, you work your way down the stairs that lead up to the office. A doorman passes you and you exchange nods. It seems like you're in the clear. You hurry on, eager to get out before anyone spots anything. As you come down the main stairway into the front of the club, you see Ethan entering. He has a dark look in his eyes which troubles you. He's reaching into the pocket of his coat slowly, carefully. You catch his eye and he raises an eyebrow. You shake your head. A long pause. Then he nods and turns around, walking back out of the club. You exhale, not realizing you are holding your breath. And then you're out. Without a single shout, without anyone noticing, you meet Ethan around the corner on a quiet, bright market walkway. You have it? He looks nervous. What were you doing back there? What were you doing? You weirdo? I was about to start a distraction, like we agreed. He sighs. Just show me. You lift it out of your pocket, and it's colder and heavier than you expected. Ethan watches you take it out. Nice! Now, if you would, he beckons with his hand. A memory jumps into your mind of Ethan in the compressor, hand out, asking for his gun back. A memory followed by the memory of a sharp, dizzying pain. You flinch. I'm gonna wait. Ethan gestures again. Come on, hand it over. Point the gun at Ethan. I'm confident in my skills, but I'm not confident in the skills of my sleeper, you know? Like, I reckon they'll be like, point the gun at Ethan, and then Ethan will just like disarm us like we're some like weak child. He'll just like slap us and we'll drop the gun and he'll be like, ha! Pathetic. And then I'll be like, no, this is not how I wanted it to go. I don't need his protection if I have a gun there. I can shoot Maywick, but that's the problem, you know? Maybe we shouldn't be so confident. I don't know. Ethan gestures, hand it over. This could go very badly for me. This could go very badly. Maybe I'll pick the middle route, you know? I'll just say no. But I won't threaten to kill him. Damn it! No! It's forcing me to pick one! Funny. Ethan narrows his eyes. Funny. Yeah, that's probably the safest option. Oh, never mind. Yeah, never mind. Alright, fine, whatever. Yeah, you only live once. Ethan eagerly grabs it and looks down the sights. He sighs, a sigh of relief. Then he meets your eye and slowly raises the gun until it's pointing directly at your head. No, Ethan. I'm not at all surprised. Not funny. You still don't get it, do you, sleeper? Ethan spits. When they cancelled that contract, I lost everything. My reputation, my payout, any way of getting off this shitty station, everything. All I had left was you. He grins. No. A naive little sleeper with a heart of gold. I couldn't believe it worked, he laughs. And now, we are done. But the contract is cancelled. The contract is cancelled. No shit. Ethan steps back a little, taking himself out of arm's reach. He slides his slate out of his jacket pocket with his other hand. Now to call Maywick. Wow. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? You crazy? You're crazy, sleeper, for thinking I'd kill one of my own for you. For what? Helping me wash dishes? He laughs, long and loud, and you hate him for it. I do. He prods the slate. Done. He puts it away. He's here, you know, on the station. I've been speaking with him. He tells me we can split the contract. Not 50-50, but enough of a finder's fee that I can get out of this shithole. He's lying. At this point, sleeper, I'm not sure if you're the one who I trust to spot a lie. I knew he was lying. I should have just let him die. Ethan glances around. I have learned one thing from you though, sleeper. In all our cycles working in that shitty club. He smiles. People never know when to cut and run. It's like they freeze in their headlights when the future is bearing down on them. They watch it coming, watch their death flying in at a fraction drive speed. You had every chance, and yet you still kept going, like some idiot robot. Going through the motions, even when you knew you'd be crushed. I don't know, I thought maybe we could figure it out. And let me tell you something else. That's what? Shooting me isn't telling me something. The shot enters... Huh? The shot enters through his upper back, and he crumples immediately to the ground. You drop too without thinking, pressing yourself to the walkway floor, like it might save you. Silence. Oh, frick. Oh, frick, it's Maywick. You look up and you see him coming down the walkway, silent eyes alight. Huh? Okay, they are cooler. They are cooler. One bounty hunter is dead. This guy is worse. I don't know, he looks, maybe we can talk it out. Maywick, hey, Maywick, hey, Maywick, how about you don't murder me? You freeze in fear. Here it comes. You see it just by Ethan's crumpled body. The gun. Oh. Move! You can't. No, come on. Move. You inch forward. You go for it. You run forward, and a shot sounds out. You feel it ripple over your back when your hands are on the gun, and you scramble to your knees behind Ethan's body, and you fire. You close your eyes. You fire again and again and again until the clip is empty, and all that's left are the clicks. Click, click, click. Then you drop the gun and stand up. Easy. That's right. I'm John Wick now. You don't hear anyone running. You don't hear anything. You just hear the sound of your own breath. Wow. You start walking, stepping over Ethan's static body, walking down along the walkway and then past Maywick, his eyes now dark, some mechanical fluid leaking from his chest, perhaps the same fluid that is inside you. You try not to think about it. You keep going and the sound comes back. The eye comes back. And as it does, you hear the sound of thousands of people getting on with their lives. Thousands of people who are just going to keep going until they can't anymore. You look up, and all you see are the wheeling stars. They're spinning, and you're suddenly dizzy. Though the eye has always spun like this, hasn't it? And you don't stop walking, you keep going. That's all there is now, the path forward. S and ARP have left you no history, No past to speak of, just a void that threatens to swallow you if you slow down. You think of Ethan's smile. No! I do not think of Ethan's smile. I think of his voice and feel sick. Is it over? You aren't sure if it ever can be, but you're still here and you can't stop now. There has to be a better end than this. Oh, God. We miss Ethan's grin? No, we don't. We do not. We don't. Hi, Copper Anderson. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a good time. Oh, man, Ethan, we finally killed him. Actually, no, we didn't even kill him. We just killed the guy that killed Ethan. We could have bonded over that. I could have been like, wow, Maywick, thanks. I really hated that guy. But I guess I had to kill him too. Ah, nice. That went pretty well. That went pretty well. We didn't even get shot. After all that. I'm relieved. I guess if we had chosen to shoot Ethan, maybe Maywick would have shot up anyway. And then we'd have to shoot him too. But then we'd have less bullets, maybe. I don't know. Just staying up late. American Central Time, 5:52 a.m. Whoa. Happy Saturday? Happy Saturday morning? Good morning. I feel like 5 a.m. is such a nice time to be awake though, like if you've stayed up all night. I don't think it's a nice time to wake up at, but if it's like you're still awake at 5 a.m, that's fun. It's like early dawn hours. Nice and quiet and dark. Just like this space station, at least the outside. I mean, in here it's pretty lively. Okay, we got 1 dice left. 1 bar of food lacking. After all that chaos, I kind of just want to hang out with Tala at the bar. At the distillery. What games are usually played on stream? Oh yeah, well, I guess I can introduce myself a little bit. I'm Miya Galactic, and I like to do 3D art streams. I'll be doing one tomorrow. I made my own model, which is also 3D. And other than that, I do variety games. So currently we're playing through Citizen Sleeper and Alien Isolation. Those are the 2 main ones. And then I also have some Minecraft streams and other games that interest me thrown in. Yeah. I guess we have to go to sleep now. There's no more actions. And no more Maywick. Yay. I can sleep happily. You wake from dreams of Maywick's amber eyes floating in a pool of dark fluid. It was difficult to get to sleep, and you suspect that that isn't about to change anytime soon. Not after what happened. I guess I'm like I'm a little bit traumatized, I guess, from murdering somebody. What usual time are your streams? Oh, that's okay, I don't mind people chatting. So it'll be, my time zone is Australian Eastern Daylight Time at the moment, although it will be changing to Standard Time. I know America, I think, entered Daylight Savings recently, but we're almost on our way out of it. But usually I do a stream like around this time, and then I do 2 other streams that I think are like daytime for Americans. Oh no, they're daytime for me, and they're the evening for America land. Yeah. So for me it's usually 11 a.m. AEDT and 8 p.m. AEDT are my 2 kind of preferred slots that work with my schedule. Okay, you feel something else as you get up and thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water like every morning. Oh, I didn't know we even had a stove. Oh my god. This shipping container is decked out. I'll be able to catch some normal streams. Yeah, this time is usually better for Asia and Europe. And then my other 2 times are good for America, but also Australia. I guess it depends on like what your days are like, you know? If you're free during the day or if you're free in the evening. You try not to think too hard about it, to question it. You just let the lightness stay. Your hope is that if you don't focus on it and don't look at it directly, it won't get stuck. Oh no. I thought maybe he escaped. No, I'm pretty sure we killed him. We shot him a whole bunch. Both the bounty hunters are dead. Yeah. I fell asleep. Hello, Saucy. Both of the bounty hunters are dead. We're all good. They fired all their other bounty hunters as well, so hopefully we're bounty hunter free. A little lightness would be nice. Oh, I have my force field up. Let me just fix that. Thank you for the hydrate. Man, is it just me or are we down to 4 dice pretty quickly? Okay. Oh. What have we got? We haven't... Huh? What have we got? We've done so many quests. So can someone catch me up on what's going on here? Good news is I have leftover pizza. Yay! I almost feel like, depending on the pizza, sometimes the leftover pizza is even better than the fresh pizza. As for what's going on, we're playing as an escaped sort of android worker. We're kind of like a little bit human. We're like a emulated copy of a real human, so we have some of their memories and like their personality, I guess. Anyway, we escaped from our horrible corporate overlords into space. Well, I think we were already in space, but you know, a different part of space. And it kind of got exploded and we landed here. And ever since then, we've been trying to struggle to survive. We have 2 sort of bars we need to keep track of. The top one is our stability. So over time, our bodies as like sleepers, that's what they call them, break down, and we just like die on purpose. It's engineered that way so that we're completely reliant on a drug that the corporation we worked for is got a monopoly on. So yeah, it's just a method to control us. But I did manage to find somebody here who can supply me with that. So I have to do that, and then this one is just my hunger. Not too complicated. Yeah. And we've got a whole bunch of different interesting people that we're doing missions for. And trying to just have a nice life in general. It's very hard. I'll do this. Okay, so in this quest we're helping a bar owner make a distillery, and she's really nice. This guy wants mushrooms. Maybe I can get back on the mushroom quest line. Because we're in space, mushrooms are like the crop of choice. I guess they're kind of like easier to farm with that sunlight. Okay. I want to make some progress on this. Climbing the spoke thing too. Cool. I think maybe this might help me progress my vending machine questline. Not entirely sure. We also need to finish building that ship. This is like the life of a type 1 diabetic guy with insulin. Yeah, it's pretty rough. We're basically doing all kinds of little odd jobs all around the ring as well to make money to pay for our medication, because the medication is like, it used to be $100, now it's down to 80. That's usually like a pretty big chunk of change. I get paid like not very good rates. I want to do another one, and then I'll use my last dice on eating something. Okay, Spoke Climber has been achieved. So, does that mean we can go up now? Ascend! Whoa! Oh my god. Huh? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The mainframe. And the hub. Okay, let's go here first. Oh my gosh, what is all this? Okay. Up here there is no gravity, so even just moving around takes a while to get used to, let alone navigating the bays. I guess because it's in the middle, it's not like got all that spin gravity. The hub is thronging with spaces from across the surrogate systems. They can be a prickly bunch, but they know the place well. The stacked bays house a flow of incoming and outgoing ships. The digital manifests will help you get your head around this place. Ah, so it's like I can talk to people or I can read things, and that will increase our familiarity with the area. Cool. Well. And then what's this? Is this where I get to plug in my buddy? It is. The mainframe is now mostly disused. Havanage having set up their own master controllers. Navigator thinks that Killer is hiding here. Alright. That's right, Navigator is the name of our little AI friend. I'll plug them in. Okay. You slot Navigator and the clamps lock. The ship mind is stuck. How are you going to get them out of this thing? Good question. Yeah, this is a vending machine. The cloud. We're in the cloud. You slip into the cloud as easy as blinking. Navigator is beside you, that sphere casting light into the strange darkness here. This is not how a mainframe should look. A center, a point of connection. The object in front of you is severed, cut off, a rootless, branchless tree, only the trunk remains. It's dead. Quiet. Navigator hisses. And then you see it, like a blade in the dark. An edge slicing through the void, it glides along at a distance and winks out. Then it appears again, elsewhere, gliding once more, searching. It's looking for us. Oh my god, it's looking for us! It's a different kind of dog. The moment you make a sound... Why did we make a sound? The moment you make a sound, the edge leaps closer. And you see now it is not an edge, but the ridge of a long, sharp head like a shark. It glides past, closer now, and you see into the voids where its eyes would be, where they should be. You and Navigator exchange looks, both thinking the same thing. It's blind. Killer crosses between you two, smooth as a razor, then disappears. It flickers back in, further away now, and you move close to Navigator to talk. You saw it too then. Killer has been blinded. How? Door? Unclear. This protocol has been running for decades, well past its operational limit. Navigator, Navigator's sons dull as they drop their voice to a whisper. This may give us an advantage over the protocol. You flinch as the silent killer appears closer and glides past you, its empty sockets open wide. You turn to Navigator and notice something strange. Their orrery of spheres is collapsing. The orbits, usually round and even, are decaying. No! The spheres are following spiral paths, condensing on a central point. Navigator is noticing it too. They go to shift their position to better direct the spheres, but they cannot. Whatever is drawing the orrery together is holding it in place. They look at you, suddenly desperate, frantic. It's a trap! No! No! Stretch! Stretch, redeem! Ah, my neck. Ah. Thank you for the stretch. It is getting a little tense in here. You go to speak, but Killer appears between the two of you, gliding through the gap. Navigator freezes and you see them framed in the empty socket. You realize now, if Navigator cannot move, then it's only a matter of time before one of Killer's sweeps brings them directly through Navigator, and time is not a problem for a protocol that has been running for decades. You look desperately around for a solution, for a way to extract Navigator from the mainframe. Then you see it, 3 branches, the last 3, thin and spindly, feeding the mainframe a thin diet of powder and data. Break these and the mainframe collapses once and for all. Severing the connection, shattering the hardware, whatever it takes, they must be broken. But they are encased in something, a glassy layer of protection. You'll need to unlock access before snapping them from the mainframe for good. You look at Navigator, trying to reassure them without speaking. And then you blink back to reality, their expression of fear, an afterimage that slowly fades. You must act quickly. Oh no! We've gotta free them. We've gotta break these branches. How do we do that? Okay. This controller protects the last spindly branches feeding into the mainframe. Unlock access and you might be able to break them. I need to get encrypted keys to do that. Oh man. I don't want Navigator to get hurt or die. Okay, we've got some key nodes. Can I hack any of them? Damn it, I don't have the right role. Is there anything in my... Oh, I can't upgrade myself right now? Damn. Deal with Killer. Gain mainframe access. Killer is a terrifying, blind threat roaming the hub's dark mainframe, and Neovend is trapped in their domain. Neovend, no. Alright, and what's this one? That's a branch. Branch. Okay, those are the branches, and that's the mainframe. Okay. Okay. How long do we have? Is there a timer? Aww. Alright. Come back when I have better dice. A 3 or a 4. Are they all the same? Usually that's how it works, but I'll just check, just in case. Oh wait, that's not how I do it. Maybe this. That's a 5 or a 3. Okay, so they are different. A 3 or a 5. Oh, that's cool. I can like spin it. Whoa. We can go this way, and then we can go this way. But I'm getting distracted. 3 or 4. 3 or 6. 3 or 5. Looks like 3 is the lucky number. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. We'll have to come back. Hopefully they'll be okay. Need to get some data keys. Can I get any data keys on the rim? I don't know. I have in the past, but they might all be gone. What's that? Just a Yardigan agent. Agents. I don't care about agents. I want keys. Oh, I kind of want to check the see if the greenway is any different, because it's all like all kind of weird. You can't really hack it. Yeah, I still need to get a cipher, a greenway cipher. I have to plug it in. Okay. Huh? Why do I have a clock here? Okay, I don't. Well, anyway, we need to eat some food. So let's do that. Alright. I guess with that we can go to sleep. End cycle. Okay. It's getting interesting now. It's yeah, I thought when I met that vending machine last stream, I was like, oh damn. So cool. I have the VODs all up on my YouTube if you want to catch up with them at all. Hello Oliver. Just stopping by to look and say goodnight and stuff. I hope you have a lovely night and catch you next time. Good luck, have fun. Aw, thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. Oyasumiya. What are we gonna do today? Oh yeah, that's right, we have to save our friend. Immediately forgot what I was doing. Hey, wait a second. What's that? What's that? A new thing. You can... Oh, you can just buy a shipmind core for 300 cryo. Or you can sell a shipmind for 150. Okay. Or you can export mushrooms. Interesting. Not a priority right now though. You gotta go up here. Ascend to the hub. Now, you need to get those keys. Alright. We have a 3. Bypass. Okay. Alright, we got 1 key. And we can plug that in here and start it off. Ah, oh, damn, I need 3 keys per branch. Look at that. Ugh. 3. Also, we're maybe at threat of being detected in the cloud. Three. We can do it. Ooh, I don't know if I like the sound of that. Oh no. A glint, like a light traveling along the edge of the wave, fills your eyes. My eyes, no. Then the blade follows, a long head with two dead sockets slipping towards you in silence. You freeze, hoping it will pass you by, hoping that it will not simply slice through you like air. Killer, I knew it! The blade head nears, slides past you. Almost. It nicks you, grazes you. It's desperate to cry out, to call out, but you hold your silence and simply watch the blind eyes of the killer glide past, empty of all thought. Then the blade winks into the dark and you're alone again. The imposter's come out on its own. Now you cry out. Ouch! Oh no, we lost a little bit of condition from that. I guess that's not good. Okay. I see. It's like a collective. They all share the same wheel. So I don't have to do it like 9 times. I only have to do it 3 times. That's good. Okay. Alright, can we hack any more? Have we got the right number? A 3 or a 6. We've only got a 2 and a 1. Damn. Alright, I'll be back tomorrow to save you in the event. Do I have anything here which is like, you win the game. The event is safe. Everything is great. What do I have? Reroll all of your dice once per cycle. I remember that one. All cryo actions are discounted by 20%. Reroll your dice once per cycle. It's kinda good. I don't know. Head empty. Kill time. Yes. Instant karma can save us sometime, I think. Yeah. I feel like usually like the critical moments don't depend on your dice, which I think is nice. I feel like all the critical things are just like dialogue options. But this is kind of critical as well. And this is undeniably good to have. We can just save? I don't think we can. I don't think we can do any save scumming. I guess, see, the thing is, up until recently, all my rolls were pretty good. But lately they've been kind of like, not so good. So maybe I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, we still have 1 point left, which we can add to something else. How do I do that? Okay, like this. I click the reroll button. Okay. Let's go back up there and reroll our dice. Please. Okay, do any of them work? I don't remember. I think it was a 1 or a... Yeah, 1 or a 3! No, a 3 or a 6. 3. We have 3. We have 3. Extract data. And then our last dice we can use on eating something. Okay. Alright. Okay, we did that one. This one? Alright, final key. Start action. Okay. Breaking the branches means unlocking access at each of the 3 terminals. This needs to be done fast. Okay. I'm all disoriented. This way? The mainframe. Oh, okay. We got some tasks in here. Okay. So we can do some hacking, or we can do some slicing. Ooh. That's quite cool. Because of our, like, one of our perks that lets us know what the outcomes are, at least the positive outcomes. Oh no, it's the negative outcomes too. So on the left, we've got slice hardware. Forget hacking the system. Killer has to die. If you can slice the branch connections, the mainframe will shut down, freeing Navigator. So Killer will die. Killer is dead. The Killer protocol has been running for long enough. Breaking the mainframe's final connections will end the protocol. Or the other side. Catch the Killer. With access to the branches, you could redirect them to form a loop, isolating the mainframe with Killer inside, but freeing Navigator, in theory. The Killer protocol can be isolated without being destroyed. A loop of connections would lock it into a closed system. That takes longer though. Killing Killer takes 3 cycles, or 3 actions. And the other one takes 8. I don't know which one I want to do though. It could be cool to try and free them, but I also am worried that it's like, what if I'm too greedy, you know? What if I'm like, I want to save the Killer, but then what if it kills Navigator? Does capturing give us anything? I don't know. But also, worth noting, the best outcome from a roll on Catch Killer is +3 versus the +2 on killing them. So I guess that's to try and make it a little easier to do, to fill that bigger ring. I'm equally skilled in interface and engineering, so that also doesn't really help. If there was one that I was like just better at, I would probably do that one. But I'm just so skilled. Okay. I kinda want to catch them because I think it could be fun for Navigator to have like a pet. But I'm also worried that they'll die. Oh well, we just have to try. Oh, I was meant to use that to eat something. Oh yeah, I got 3. Straight up. Okay, cool. Are you sure it will become our pet? Yeah, why not? Oh hi Raze, welcome! G'day. Alright, now we're quite hungry, so we should probably have a hydrate redeem. Thank you. We should probably eat something. What's the tea? I only have water today. I didn't make a tea in time. Yeah. We have a new tea at work called Australian Afternoon. I guess it's to contrast the English breakfast. I don't know, it doesn't taste that different though. I think it's just like slightly stronger. It could all just be lies and marketing. Who knows? It should be called Aussie Afternoon. Alright, we gotta go to sleep to get our dice back. Ending the cycle. Race has achieved 3 consecutive streams this month and sparked a watch streak. Wow. Oh my god. So dedicated. Afternoon. Huh? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, we gotta keep doing the stuff to save Navigator and maybe capture the killer. Ascend! Whoosh. Okay. Alright, let's keep trying to be a little hacker. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Australia's www code is AU, right? Yes. Yes, it is. It'll be like .com.au. I don't think we have good enough dice to continue this task right now, so we'll leave it. Oh no! Unless I use my reroll ability. Yeah! Oh, I'm so overpowered! And because of my +1, the 5 becomes a 6. Alright, hopefully this works. Hopefully this works. And it doesn't backfire. You bend one of the branches like a hazel twig. I don't know. I don't have much of a frame of reference for the bendiness of hazel twigs. I hope that they bend well. I have to assume they do. Aligning the flow away from the mainframe and into another branch. Okay, continue, continue. As you blink into the cloud, you see the last flickers of life from the mainframe. The vast machine once ran the whole system, span it up, directed and processed the flow of energy, water, and data, fed the lives of thousands of people. Now it is finally dead. Navigator is beside you, and you both look at the perfect ring that encircled you both, woven from the data branches that once fed the mainframe. You see a glint along its edge, and that familiar blade-like head rises to the surface, like the cresting fin of a shark, then slips into the loop again. All you can see of Killer's body after that is slight thickening of the loop. I thought it was going to be like slight thickening of the goop. The loop! And that thickening begins to travel around on a long and slow sojourn that will last it forever. I know that word, but I have never had to say it before. Anyway, I'm surprised at you, says Navigator, drifting faintly around you in a lazy orbit, as if to shake off their imprisonment. Killer had been wandering blind for so long. Did you not think to end them forever? Perhaps they can be saved. I will not kill another being. I don't know. I don't think we can rule that out. We kind of might need to continue killing. We don't really have... I said this last stream, but we don't really have, you know, the privilege of being morally good. We have to do bad things to make money. Or we'll die. If we don't make money, we die. That's capitalism. It sucks. But it doesn't reward good behavior. Anyway, perhaps they can be saved. You're naive. Yeah, I've heard that one before. That seems to be a recurring theme. I am naive. They are a killer by nature. Look what they did to our home. Navigator gazes into the darkness. This place was their domain and prison, and they had followed their directives for many decades. They roamed here. They cut the threads of the mainframe, executed its administrator AIs, and then kept slicing. At some point they cut away their own ability to see, to sense, to taste, to speak. And yet they kept cutting until only those 3 threads remained from millions that once thrummed here. Only their blindness and chance kept them from making those final 3 fatal cuts. There is a ceaseless violence in the kind of system that creates beings like this. Those that will execute commands endlessly, even to their own destruction. Navigator looks to you for your thoughts. Their sentience should be respected. So be it, but would they respect our rights equally? No, that's a good point. That's a good point, actually. Damn it. I should have killed them. No! You watch the data points. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if they respect us right now because we've trapped them for eternity in a loop, which is kind of mean anyway. You watch the data points of the station. I don't know, I just thought we could, like, learn something from them maybe, like, study it, you know? There is something satisfying about finally wrenching the last 3 threads of control from its central point. It was a little more than a ghost by the time you reached it, but this place deserves to be haunted by better ideas than a totalizing system of control. Navigator floats beside you. It is free now. The station no longer presents a hazard for illegal entities like me. They turn to you, their face a cloud of shimmering light. In fact, in time, perhaps it can be a refuge. A refuge? That sounds like something of value. Something worth building? A dark shape passes across your vision, a distant curve of something like smoke or oil, a fluid, shifting tank of total darkness. The Greenway, says Navigator, following your line of sight. It was cut off at the moment of the collapse, so hunter or killer could never reach it. Now it is closed off to us, separated from the cloud. What system is inside it? It may be totally dark, or perhaps some other old protocols are isolated there. Navigator turns to you. And we have now seen what decades of isolation can do to a protocol. If we could extract an access cipher... They pause, and then blink out of existence. Oh yeah, as you do. Just blink out of existence. You freeze, shocked. But a moment later they reappear, okay. A moment later they reappear with a glowing polygon of data. Here, the cipher you need. You take it still shocked. I'm not used to being free, to be able to move and explore and extract without fear, without limits. Navigator does a little twirl. This will take some time to get used to. Thank you for this gift. They whirl their spheres around you. The entities of this station will always be friends to you, Sleeper. And I to them. It is true that mutual need is required for friendship, but I must admit I had not considered the value of offering assistance without personal gain. I will think on that. Oh my god, robot friends! Yay! Navigator loops around you rapidly, suddenly eager to test their newfound freedom. But first, I will explore. Perhaps there are still intelligences that hid themselves as I did, encased in simple systems and cut off. Navigator glows. I should like to free them. And with that they drift away. Flickering, glowing, then shifting so rapidly you lose sight of them along the glittering rim of the eye. You feel a pang of jealousy. Free, without a body to weigh you down or fear to limit you. How must it feel? Your eyes fall on the Greenway and its secrets, though perhaps that can wait until you have celebrated this victory. Yay! I've been wondering about the Greenway and how to get in there, so now we have the cipher we need to access it. Okay, cool. Cool. I will do that later. Descend to the rim. Okay. We need to eat a food and build a distillery. And then I also need to get back on the mushroom mission, and also I have to continue building that ship. The one that I want Mina and her dad to go on. I guess like I could go on it too. I don't know if it's nice. I kind of like what we've got going here on the eye. I'm getting a little attached. Okay. Our last dice. Die? One die? Two dice? Or is it 2 dice? 2 die? I don't know. I don't understand the plurals. Everything is dice. This one will feed me if I do it. And it doesn't matter if my dice is bad. Yay. Okay. Oh, we have 2 points again. We have 2 points again. Yay! We could get another upgrade. Dices. Look at my many dices. No! You roll a die, just one of them. I think dice is plural? Yeah. Roll the dice. Maybe it's like sheep. Maybe it's like sheep. And you can just say sheep to refer to singular and plural. Die is plural? That's what I was thinking. But it just sounds kind of dumb. Look at all my die. I have so many die to roll. I think I will roll 3 die today. Die is definitely singular. Yeah, I don't know. In modern English, dice is singular and plural. Dice is plural. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the sheep and the fish mentality and just use dice for single and plural. This is my pet sheep, and this is my flock of sheep, etc. And now we have to sleep. A perfect time for sheep. And now we can count them. Ah. Alright, a new day, and we've only got 3 dice because we need to take our stabilizer. Damn, Dice is single? Can you hook me up with her? I'll remember to have the stabilizer before bed. In the meantime, maybe we should do a shift on the ship building. Bum, 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 bum. Yay. She has a twin. Is she single? Okay, what are we gonna do? I guess I can re-roll these. Oh, we also want to check out the... I want to hack in to the Greenway and dig up the dirty, weird plant secrets. Alright. Here it is, the cipher. Plugging it in. Okay. The Greenway roils beneath you like a silt-choked river. If what Navigator said was true, then no one has access to these networks since the collapse. The Hunter and Killer protocols have never set foot here, never cleared out the intelligences and systems. So why then, you wonder, does it look so dark? Is it just that the bit of rot has set in, the entropy of systems, reducing everything to shadows and light? You watch as the slotted cipher fizzles in the one. open, distorted gateway on this entire rim of the station. It flickers and winks out, and then you're falling into the flow. A river of swirling darkness. You are spun by it, twisted by it, lost in it. It's not that the greenway was hiding in the darkness. It's made of darkness. It's filled by this substance, this process, this swarm. Now you are among it. Among us. You notice that a swarm is exactly what it is. 1 billion individuals moving in a flow. There is no network map here, no nodes and threads, only a storm of interchangeable points shifting configuration endlessly. Then you see them, a figure turned away, the only bright spot in the dark river. You push closer through the storm. Ooh, planty person. They are facing away, at least you think so. They are so fractured, so overgrown, that it is hard to tell. Even from the distance you can see their flesh is moving, flowing. A gardener. Ingrown farm administrator. Ah, they have hands. Got little hands. You watch, silent, as they stoop and reach down. In their hands is a dark shape, and with twisted fingers they press it down into the loam of data beneath them, pushing it through this trembling soil. Then they move away, go a little further, and repeat the process as if they were sowing a field. A field of data? You push forward, but somehow, despite their slow and deliberate speed, they move faster, and then they quickly fade into the storm. You reach the point where they planted the object and look down. There it is, a glassy, shifting polygon with something inside. You reach down and pick it up. Dude, why are we picking it up? If I was the gardener, I'd be like, oi, I literally just planted that, what are you doing? It's cold, but it thrums with energy. You look towards the path of the figure, but they are long gone. When you blink out of the cloud back to the leaves and the dappled light of the greenway, you hold a seed in your hand. Ooh. I guess this is that answer Rico was looking for. How is everything growing and thriving here? There's some weird AI doing it. Can I give her this? You need to find somewhere safe to plant this gift. Oh, cool, it's for me. Can I plant it here? Can I plant it here? No. Maybe I need to increase my my favor with Rico. Maybe she'll give me a lab one day if I'm really good. If she's like, okay, Miya, you're such a good mycologist. Here you go, have your own private lab. Wait. I just need to read her what she wants again. Mushrooms. Only mushrooms. Not spores. Okay. Huh? You inhale the glittering powder. But did I get anything? I didn't get anything. What? I didn't come here to inhale powder. I came here for mushrooms. No, no, no. Unintentional drug joke. Nah, they're spores. It's fine. It's fine to inhale spores. Nothing ever goes wrong when you do that. Wow. The most positive outcome for being a little thief is 5 energy. Wow. People get high with mushrooms. So same thing. I suppose. Okay. Alrighty, I'm going back to the other side. To the rim. We got 1 thingy left. Say no to space mushrooms. If I said no to space mushrooms, I would have starved a long time ago. Alright, we made progress, but we got a little hungry while doing it. But that's okay. Let's go and have our stabilizer. I need to buy a new stabilizer, and I haven't really been working much, so my money is getting kind of low. Ugh. Okay. These are some pretty good dice today. Not too bad. We'll do a shift on the shipbuilding. Some money. Do. Yeah. Let's do another one. Okay, we got 4 more to go on that. Where the frick is Fang? I haven't seen Fang in so long. Maybe we should do some more of the Yatagan stuff. Do a patrol. Risky. Nice, we got energy from doing it. You help a dentist running a surgery from their unit with their equipment. They offer you a restorative infusion and you feel better immediately. Yay! Do I want to do another one? I don't know. Do a shift at the bar, making the distillery. Will this be enough? Yeah! Alright! Tala stands back from the newly finished still and tub, hands on hips. Look at this, she grins. The overlooked distillery in all its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you! What's next? There's an issue. What's the problem? Well, Girol the drink, as you probably guessed, is named Girol after the mushroom. That's what gives it that golden color and earthy taste. The alcohol is infused with the mushrooms, along with a mix of spices. That means you need Girol caps to make Girol, but no one wants to supply us. The distilleries on the Greenway are taking all the stock from the farms out there, so it's hard to get a single cap across Founder's Gap. However, I have an idea, she smiles. We can grow our Girol caps here. Ah, perfect. Perfect! She gestures at the increasingly equipment-filled back room. I can bring you mushrooms. Oh no, I thought that meant I can bring you mushrooms so we can start growing them here. Not, don't bother. Anyway, Tala gives you a pitying look. Where's your vision? Any outside supplier means they take a cut. Okay, maybe not you, but someone, somewhere, takes a cut. Tala puts a hand on the still. We made a still. We set all this up. How hard can growing mushrooms be? They don't need light. They barely need soil. We can do this. She pauses. Or at least we could if we had something to grow them from. Like spores? Exactly. Suddenly you feel like you've walked into a trap. And you are the perfect person to get me those spores. She nods rapidly. Think about it. You built the still, you're great with plants, you know the eye like the back of your hand. Need I go on? Are you flattering me? If it's working, then yes. She grins. Look, I can't leave the bar and the other people picking up shifts. I'm saying it has to be you. That's fine. I was already doing that anyway. Wonderful! You'll love it over on the Greenway, I think. All that fresh air, open space. She sees your expression. Okay, I'm done. She turns back to look at the still and the fledgling distillery forming around it. It really is something though, isn't it? And want to or not, you really have to agree. That's cute. Okay. So I guess we can deliver spores. Do I have to do that 3 times or will it take 3 days? I'm not sure which one. With our final energy, maybe we can go get some spores. Or we could do a Yardigan thing again. Maybe we'll do that. I'm juggling so many quests. I gotta find Fang. Okay. And then we go to sleep. And then have a little drink. Okay. It's a new day and I have a ridiculous role. What is this? Yo, wiggle. And a new wiggle. Thank you. Okay. Let's get some spores. Spore time. 4 6s is huge. Yeah, what the hell. And a 4, which pretty much always becomes a 5. Alright, spores. Get 1 more. Or 2 more, I don't know. 1 more. Okay, that's 3. Should be enough if I'm thinking about it correctly, I don't know. If not, then we'll have some extras to give to Rico. Alright, spores. Take them. The mushroom farm will make the back room of the Overlook into a miniature factory. I guess I do have to give her 3. No problem, I was prepared for this outcome. Maybe we can use this to grow our special seed thing that we got. Alright, action complete. Alright, now we have to wait for them to actually grow. So, Tala has locked herself away in the back room while she focuses on the distilling. She won't let anyone in or out. That's gonna take 6 cycles. So while that's happening, we can focus on other stuff. Huh. How is this going? Could probably finish this today. Alright. And also we need to make money, right? To buy out our next dose of stabilizer. Okay. What happens now? Your crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker room, the bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There is excitement in the air. Havenage just made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. Sat on the locker room bench, you can feel the side reel out there, its hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you've watched it grow, be assembled, you've walked through its veins and welded its bones. Now it's ready for the final stages. It will go to testing now, then enter a final process of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking, before it's deemed suitable for its generational trip. But for now, your work is done. You can't help but feel proud. A cough interrupts your thoughts. It's Lem, changing out of his work gear. Mina nowhere to be seen. He smiles. She'll be ready soon. Where's Mina? Where's Mina? You two are fast friends, huh? She's been watched at home. Now I'm on the work team, I can afford a bit more help. He corrects himself. I was on the work team. I mean, we are all out of a job now. He quickly adds, not that I'm complaining. He comes to sit beside you on the bench. She's got to be in her best shape when she carries you, Mina, and me out of here. So confident? Lem smiles apologetically. Why not? I figure I'm due a lucky turn by now. He rubs his hands nervously. No use in wondering, what if? Until the draw anyway. And there's a few cycles till then. Lem is right, but the odds seem unlikely anyway. How many are working in the shipyard? Hundreds? 1,000? You've certainly seen more faces than you can count pass through. And are the Fearless Foundation even going to keep their promise? Out here on the Eye, you get the sense that no one will hold them to it. Why else would they be building the side reel in a surrogate system? As you think, Lem watches you with a worried look. How's Mina doing? Lem is surprised by the question but smiles. She's doing well. She misses having you over actually. I need to get you two together again soon. Especially now I won't see you here either. Lem gazes into space. She's pretty stuck on you actually. She told me the other cycle that she doesn't want to go unless you can come too. Aww. He sighs. You ever been in a thunderstorm, Sleeper? A real big one? Yes? No? I don't remember. Let's go with yes. Why not? Right, then you'll know. Lem smiles. The sound, the smell, the rain hammering down, the whole sky stretched out and bruised, roaring and huge. The place I was born, New Pembroke, a dry old rock in the Conway system, had 2 seasons. One of them was as dry as bone, dusty, ugly. The other one was a long storm, a side effect of the terraforming efforts, they said. Rain used to rattle on the roofs like bullets. It washed the dust away, turned the streets to rivers. It'd sing us to sleep and wake us in the morning. We'd wait half a year just to see it again. The best day was the one where the first drops fell. He sniffs. Some days I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking, Mina has never seen a storm, never even felt rain. She's grown up here, the ring her only horizon, always in the dark. I want to change that for her. You will! Course, almost there. Lem stands, stretching. But get back to the little one anyway. Best get back to the little one anyway. With the shifts done, I reckon she'll be happy to have me home for a few cycles. He shoulders his gear. See you in a few for the draw? I'll be there. Right on, he grins. Lem leaves, making you the last person in the cavernous locker room. As you sit, you think about rain, and a little hope creeps in. Is it possible? Could the side reel really take you to a planet? A place with weather, with skies, with life? You get up quickly before you can think about it anymore. It's too soon to hope. Too dangerous. There's work to be done. I heard a sound outside and it's my neighbor's dog, so I decided to punish it with pets. Yeah. That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. I don't know, I like this quest to go on a romantic cruise with Lem and his daughter. I'm a little concerned because we are reliant on our stabilizer. And if we go out on a multi-decade cruise, it's like, well, how am I gonna live that long without my stabilizer, you know? Am I meant to just like hoard a whole bunch of it? Or is someone gonna tell me how to make it myself? I don't know. What's that? Oh, that's the draw. The raffle. Man, what the hell happened to Fang? He's just gone. And Sabine? At least we heard from them in that alleyway. I'll do one of these. Yay, we got our energy back. So just 3 more on the dial. I guess we'll go back to bed. Oh, speaking of pets, not a bad idea. Okay, let me end cycle, and while I'm sleeping, I'll be right back. Wait, this is the wrong one. Also, why is there an arrow there? Huh? Let me just restart my captions. Oh. Okay. Captions, hello. Okay, they're working. I'm back, but I'm in the wrong scene. What are we doing here? I guess this is where I went to find my cat, huh? Welcome back. Thank you. He was sleeping on my bed. Super cute. I don't feel too bad waking him up there because he likes to wake me up, so you know, it's like give and take. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, he's a good baby. Okay. Dice are not looking too good, but we do have the ability to reroll. I guess we'll use our 5 first, though. Okay. The overlook bar is going along nicely. I wanted to check what the hacking situation was like on the Greenway, if it's changed at all. Looks like that's a no. No. I remember they were like saying like there's no nodes or anything, it's just a mess. So I guess that's the case. Okay. Maybe we get a mushroom? Mushroom? Yay! Okay. And then we'll do a reroll. Okay, cool. And we'll give our mushroom to Rico. There you go. Nice. I've woken him up. I've woken up my cat and now he's just like walking around going like meh, 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 making his silly baby sounds. Okay. What else do I want to do with here? I don't really think there's much I want to do here other than that. Ooh, music. Oh yeah, that's right, we're still infiltrating the Yardigan to find out more about what the hell is going on. Maybe I should be doing this at the Havanage place. I don't know. But also at least Sabine is related to this as well. We need to know more about that. Ah, damn, I wanted to fill it out. Tell him to wait an hour. If only he understood. I don't speak kitty cat. What's this one? Ooh. Oh, okay, we can play a game. We can play a little game? Tavla. The clack of filter caps can be heard in every concourse in the low end, as the residents play rotating rounds of this game for cryo. So the negative is I would lose 3 cryo. The positive is I would become closer to being a low ender. So let's do that. Why not? Oh, and speaking of cryo, we need to buy our next medication from Toshiro. Thank you. I wish it was like, Toshiro gives you a little kiss on the cheek and hands you the vial. That would be nicer. Okay. I guess. Oh, that's cool. So this green thing is the ship we built. Cool. Oh, we're all out of dice. I guess that's the end of the day. And we're full, so we didn't need to eat anything either. Okay, I will go to sleep again. A new day. Alright. How's the mushroom stuff going? Still a while to wait on that one. I guess we can finish this. This one? Alright, we are a Yardigan insider. Now what? There she is, Rabia. This time you meet inside Rabia's office, although now that you've seen it, office seems like the wrong term. You find her stood in amongst, in an almost bare, shadowy unit, midway through a sequence of stretchers. There are 2 low stools and a terminal in the corner, but it seems that most of the space is taken up by a heavy punching bag, rubber matting, and a stack of weights. I like this character art. Yeah, she's cool. We met her last stream. She's like the... I don't think she's like the leader of the Artagon, but she's like the officer that we're in touch with. She's a lieutenant. Yeah. When Rabia turns to greet you, you realize she's missing an arm. The prosthetic she usually wears is sat in a cradle near the terminal, a web of coloured wires running into it. Updates, she says, noticing you looking at her artificial arm. Or where her artificial arm usually is. Nothing to worry yourself with. Of course. Sit, says Rabia, gesturing to the 2 diminutive stools. You both settle on the stools, Rabia crossing her legs on top and sitting straight-backed. Gia told me you've been doing the rounds, collecting tithes, patrolling the ward. She smiles. Some of the enforcers are impressed. And I hear you handled a few difficult circumstances. Nicely done. I wanted to see for myself. She raises an eyebrow. See what for yourself? How a gang operates, if the stories are true, if I can trust you. Man, we can't trust her. Come on, we can't trust anyone in this game. Except Tala. How a gang operates. I don't think she likes being called a gang. If the stories are true, I don't know what stories, whatever. Where are all the trustworthy good guys? This is a dystopic cyberpunk space game. There's no one trustworthy here. I see. Rabia flexes her neck to the side. And the conclusion? I'm still deciding. Hehe, sorry. Well, sleeper, Rabia says teasingly, please keep us updated on any progress. She smiles a thin smile. Joking aside, I know that for you, life on the Eye has been a struggle, but I hope we can do something about that from here onwards. Though some of our members may not see it this way, I know you too are a refugee. She looks at you solemnly. This is why you have come to us. Boosh. It's Sabine! What the hell? Enough, Rabia. Sabine's voice cuts through the conversation. I'm tired of listening to your affected nobility. They cross the room, Rabia's baton in their hand, the end lit with sparking electricity. Oh shit. So Sabine is a surgeon who's been helping us, but they also used to work for the corporation that is kind of like out to kill me. So we're like not entirely sure if we can trust Sabine, but Sabine was also giving us medicine. They were our previous point of contact for getting the stabilizer. And they were kind of being exploited a bit by the Artagon. Rabia looks between the two of you. I suppose this ambush was another cooperation between you two? She looks strangely unfazed. I can say, no, they're acting alone, or yeah, or stay silent. I'm gonna stay silent. I don't know. I don't know what Sabine's plan is. I don't know if they're like, if they want this to be a yes or if they want this to be a no. you know? Because we haven't planned it. The truth is that Sabine showing up here is completely a shock to me as well. So stay silent. Sabine pauses, thrown off by your silence. Sabine, you haven't told me anything. I don't know what you want. Oh shit. I hate it when the screen flashes red and then I'm like, oh no, now I have to read about why that happened. Rabia takes this opportunity to act. She leaps from the stool and, fainting past Sabine, grabs the baton and twists it inwards. She's by far the stronger, and she pushes Sabine to her knees, plunging the crackling end of the baton towards their chest. They freeze there, Sabine struggling to keep the crackling baton from their skin. Stop! Stop, 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 stop. Then you support them? Rabia asks you, her eyes not leaving Sabine. Your loyalties are so easily swayed. Oh my god. Yeah, of course they are. I'm not loyal to anyone but myself. Sorry guys, nothing personal. I thought you were more than Yannick's attack dog, Rabia. Sabine spits back. Are you not able to think for yourself? Rabia holds the baton strong, and for a moment you think she's about to hammer it down into Sabine's chest, but after a painful wait, she throws Sabine down instead, then spins the baton in her hand, thumbing a switch to shut it off in a single move. Rabia, explain. Explain. They both look at you, each still catching their breath, as if they'd forgotten about your presence. Guys, I'm here. Hello, I'm the main character. It's me. Hello? Explain what? How the moment I call my enforcers will come down here and take him away? Rabia cracks her neck. You're lucky I didn't kill you. I would have had every right. Every right. She shouts, the anger a release of tension more than a threat. Why? No one tells me anything here. I don't know. I don't know anything. Sabine gave me yummy medicine. Sabine lifts themselves a little, bruised from the fall. They roll onto their side and cough. Rabia gives them some space, sitting back on the stool. Sabine props himself up on their elbows and fixes Rabia with a hard stare. Okay, come on guys, spit it out. You have something to say? Rabia taunts. Say it. This is your final opportunity, because after this, no coming back. What's the point? Sabine breathes heavily. She refuses to listen to criticism of the great Yatagan project. Rabia collects herself. Speak. She folds her arms and waits to be convinced. Alright, let's go. Time to convince Rabia of something. Sabine takes a deep breath, organizing their thoughts. They go to start, pause, then decide on another approach. Eventually they say it. Yannick is a traitor. Rabia immediately flinches, her eyes going to her prosthetic arm, her muscles clenching. She rides it out, more eager to prove Sabine wrong than she is to hurt them, at least for now. When I came here from Essen-Arp, they glance at you, gauging your reaction. It was Yannick who was one of the first to support me, to look after me. I should have known then, but I was naive and afraid. I can relate to that. Sabine turns to you. Sleeper. They take a breath. I know that I should have told you I worked for Essen-Arp long ago, but I thought you would abandon me. And you are my final friend. Oh no! Sabine. They were gone for so long and they didn't tell me what was happening. I wasn't sure if they thought we were friends or not. What you should know is that I left Essen-Arp because I was running for my life. I leaked documents on the sleeper program, on the illegal and immoral practices it relied on, to the press. SNOP wanted me dead, and I fled as far as I could go, to this refuge at the edge of the surrogate systems. Sabine stops to collect himself. What does this have to do with Yannick? Rabia interrupts. The sleeper knows you're SNOP, I told them, and while you hide beneath the cover of being a whistleblower, you and I both know you worked on the sleeper program. Yannick told me as much. Sabine's face falls. It's true. They glance at you and then away, ashamed. They lift their head. But it is Yannick, not me, who is in the pocket of SNOP. Rabia flinches again. I can prove it. He made some kind of deal to keep me here, to tie me up in debt, to lock me away. In exchange... Rabia slams her hand on the desk. Just tell us for God's sake! In exchange for those... Sabine finishes, nodding towards Rabia's prosthetic arm in its cradle. He has been using Yadigan enforcers, using you, as test subjects for SNOP technology. I have the data to prove it. He's been bringing them in under the guise of stolen shipments and having me fit them, knowing each one is capturing data and sending it back to its makers. Rabia's fixed expression has started to fade. Sabia produces a slate. It's all here. Thousands of hours of usage data, failure rates, error dumps. There are untested implants, Rabia. They could short out, fail, cause cascading failures across a person's body. And they have. Sabine suddenly looks incredibly tired. I thought the error rate in the units was down to them being stolen or modified. I've tried to fix hundreds of failures in my time here. Not all of them. They stop, unable to continue. Rabia closes her eyes and breathes in. Then she opens them again. She holds out a hand to Sabine. Show me, she says. Such a late-stage capitalist move. Yeah. So capitalist. Later, much later, when you leave, Sabine is still taking Rabia through the manifests and usage data. Both of them crowded around the terminal as Sabine leads Rabia through each layer of Yannick's betrayal. Ooh, the onion of betrayals. As you leave, Sabine catches your eye, and something passes between you. Something like a thank you, or a sorry, or some other expression that communicates both sadness and hope. Oh, yay. That was nice. So... the enemy of my enemy. Rabia and Sabine have been holed up in their office for a while now. What are they planning? Cool, cool, cool. Onion of Betrayals has Elden Ring boss vibes. Yeah, maybe in the DLC. Maybe in the DLC. Alright, I think that was a pretty good outcome. Pretty good outcome. I couldn't remember all the details of Sabine's quest, so it's a nice little refresher. Okay, what do I want to do with the rest of my stuff? This is growing mushrooms. This is waiting for a raffle to be drawn. Oh man, Ethan's dead. Haha, I didn't have to worry about Ethan anymore. That's them like studying data like a bunch of nerds. I guess we could go back to Mushroom Land. There's some more mushroom progress. Alright. Boom. How do I get something cooler? Because this is only going to give me those caps. How do I get the what are they called? The Matsutake caps. Boom. The rich and pungent matsutake caps are Riko's preferred subject of study. Yeah, but like, how do I get them? They grow them here? There was a quest there. Yeah. Riko's experiments. Collect spores for Riko, grow mushrooms for Riko. I guess we can... The problem is she doesn't want spores. She wants me to grow mushrooms for her. So I guess I need to take the spores somewhere and grow them. But I don't have anywhere like that yet. I might have that when... the distillery is done? But she says something about the aviary. And I'm like, where is that? Where's the aviary? None of these things are called an aviary. That's the wastes. The commune. Place to sleep. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we can collect some spores preemptively. So they're ready to go. A cocktail of unknown spores gathered from the Greenway Groves. Okay. And for my final thing that I do, what will it be? Well, for my final thing that costs a dice roll. We could make some money. That's always good, right? Making money. Making money. Did you draw the thumbnail that you posted on Twitter for this? I did not. I'll show you. This is it here. So this is the class we're playing as, is the like mechanic character. I just put my face on them. Yeah. I just took this art and modified it to be me. Okay, we're out of dice. What? My face! It is now covered in tea. I still drew the face? Yeah, it's fun doing like, I like doing that with my thumbnails, trying to add my face onto other stuff. And then do some like compositing to try and blend them together a little bit. It's fun. I really like making thumbnails. It's like the main reason I have a VOD channel is just that I like making thumbnails, so somewhere for them to all go. Your thumbnails are clean as hell. Aw, thanks, Wadhan. Yeah, I really like doing them. Ooh, what's that? Lemon, Mina. Ah, it's the raffle. I do too, but I don't have your artistic talent. Aw, dude, you can just accumulate with time and practice. And besides, like, I think Scuff is quite charming and relatable to many people, so even if it doesn't look particularly skilled, I think it can still be appealing. Anyways, the crowds have already gathered by the time you get to the shipyard, and you recognize faces among them. People you've worked alongside on the side reel. The intervening cycles have turned their excitement to anxiety, and few of them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback loop of growing tension. Ooh. You pick out Lem and Mina and work your way over to them, pushing through the crowd. He silently raises his eyebrows at you, his anxiety obvious. But Mina flashes you a huge smile, unaware of the tension. Robot! she shouts, reaching out to you. Hug the baby. Hug Mina. She gratefully accepts your hug. Leaning against your chest, and Lem smiles, seemingly glad to share the weight of Mina for a moment. Quite the turnout, huh? Lem glances around, pulling Mina close. I don't think patience is one of this crowd's strengths. The sound of an argument towards the back catches your and Lem's attention. He's putting it lightly. This place seems set to explode. This isn't good. Lem doesn't answer, but the look in his eye suggests he agrees. This is Aster Enghard of the Sellers Foundation. The announcement echoes from the speakers of the shipyard entrance, and shouts of "Quiet!" rapidly follow. I'm sorry I can't be there to meet you all, and thank you on behalf of Sendra Sellers for the work you've done on the Sidereal Horizon. Most of the crowd strains to see Aster's face, but the small display shows only a ghostly white figure, smudged and unclear. Sandra wanted me to pass on her personal thanks for your commitment to and belief in the Sellers Foundation's mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew that we would find like-minded individuals here, more like cheap labor. Ugh. Especially among the ranks of the Venerable Havenage Association. Unlike most of the core, we neither believe Erland's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state, but instead an embryo for the formation of a new, decentralized social structure, where one where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny. Sounds a little bit like Bioshock. A ripple of impatience runs through the crowd. They didn't come here for a sermon. Yeah, get on with it. You are all pioneers, blah blah blah. Just like those core citizens who the Sidereal Horizon will carry in cryosleep to the planet that will become the Foundation's first frontier world, Salus 1. At the mention of the destination world, excited conversations break out among the workers. Oh, I'm excited. There, our citizens will be able to create their own innovative bottom-up economic order, aligned with the principles set down by Sandra Sellers herself: freedom, resilience, and self-sustenance. This is all thanks to your tireless efforts in the Havenage Yards. As a reward for these efforts, you may know that we are offering a select group the opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision, the staff of the Sidereal Horizon who will maintain the vessel during its multi-decade transit through interstellar space. Lem turns to you, his eyes bright. This is it. I wonder if this is going to be a fair draw though. This draw has been performed at random. Yeah, sure. By the central AIs of the Foundation and is final and binding. Please note, only licensed contractors of the Foundation are eligible for this draw. I know you've all been eagerly awaiting this day, and without further delay, I will now read the Sellers identification numbers of those chosen for this great honor. A murmur runs through the crowd. Sellers identification numbers? Licensed contractors? You've never even heard the term mentioned. Is this something you were supposed to be assigned? You glance at Lem, but his eyes are fixed forward, wide and shimmering. All around you people are speaking in hushed tones like a rising wave. Asta starts reading out sequences of numbers and letters, and panic begins to set in. No one seems to know what is happening. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone shouts in celebration, and everyone pushes forward. I'm not pushing forward. Sounds dangerous. Lem? You turn to see Lem still staring forward. Mina is scared now and shouts. As the shouts start. Dad! Oh no. Someone throws something at the entrance and it rattles against the shipyard doors. You see, for the first time, Havenage security stood on either side, scared, arguing between themselves. You feel the anger rising in the crowd. We gotta go! He doesn't move. I'm just... They might call out names. I can't. Nina tugs at his dog tags. It's not happening. Lem blinks rapidly and then turns to you. He opens and closes his mouth and looks down at Mina. He sees the fear in her eyes and understands. It's time to go. Goddamn riot breaking out. You lead Lem and Mina out, shoving people aside. As you do, you hear the sound of scuffles emerging at the front of the crowd, of metal canisters bouncing off the shipyard walls. You keep your head down and walk away, the sound of Asta reading off the ciphers echoing above the chaos like some strange mantra. When you turn to Lem, there are tear tracks running down his cheeks, and Mina is sniffling into his jacket. Aww. You feel the sadness rising in you too. They screwed you. Screwed all of you. And you were never on the list. The feeling is as unpleasant as it is familiar. You stare ahead into the tunnels as the security sirens sound out. A signal for the coming violence. Damn. We failed! Oh my god, we failed our mission! Is there a way to succeed there? Oh, that's so sad. So sad. Although, you know, I kind of expected this outcome, to be honest. I feel like that's the first mission that we failed. I don't know. Maybe there's some other way we can sneak them on. What's this? Lem's out. There's a note on the door of the unit. Sleeper, gone to find work. Lem. Aww. Maybe we can hire him at the Overlook bar if business goes well once the distillery's done. And they're still looking over the documents. Let's do some low-ender stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, we also need to make money. I'll do a shift over here on the freight. We have so many quests now. We've got a lot complete. Goddamn. The draw didn't go your way. In fact, you never had a chance. Yeah. That sucks. Okay. So we still need to disable our tracker. I have no idea where Fang is. Maybe we should start investigating that. I do need to make money as well though. But I'm thinking maybe if we go into the offices, maybe we'll be able to find him in here. But I don't really know. I don't really want to like sell out the Yatagan. And this is like giving them a fragment of a ship mind, which is like really valuable, so like why would I do that? Can I craft anything with my scrap? No. Can sell it though, if we do need money. I have a bunch of scrap. Maybe we'll just like sell 2, bring it down to like a nice even 4. There we go. And what's this? It's a Tamba! It's a Tamba tea house. We gotta... Ah, yeah. Hand in the gum box. You feel stupid doing this, but the penguin says, take me to Tampa, and this is the only Tampa you can find. Okay, here's the gum box. The waitress looks at you with suspicion as you hand over the box. Is this the right place? As you go to leave the Tampa tea house, a hand falls on your shoulder. Man, people keep touching my shoulders so much. That's why I put these spikes on them. These shoulder pads. Ah, it's Fang! Sleeper! Fang hisses from behind you. How did you find me? The penguin. The penguin. The penguin? What are you? He thinks for a second. Oh, you mean... He reminds, throwing gum in his mouth. Ah, whoops. That wasn't meant for you specifically, but he cringes. Look, it doesn't matter. Come on, let's sit. Feng guides you down a set of stairs to one of the Tampa's lower levels. The tea house is stacked with curved mezzanines, all connected by a central atrium. The levels are filled with makeshift booths and bars, and conversation bounces busily off the metal walls. Feng sees you looking around. This place used to be a fuel tanker main drum, hence the name. The tea house part is a bit of a misnomer though. You can get anything the eye offers from this place, but real tea isn't exactly readily available. I'll have to make mushroom tea. I guess that's just soup. He picks a booth. It's self-fashioned from some old, salvaged tank or container, lined with spongy insulation foam, and collapses into it. He looks around furtively. Don't suppose you've seen any Havenage types? They don't usually come out this far. Only you? Ha! Not anymore, I'm afraid. Suspended without appeal. Turns out Harden has someone's ear. He grins. Doesn't bother me though. It shows we hit a nerve back there. He picks a scrappy hand-scrawled menu from the table and tosses it over. What are you drinking? What's the plan? Why are you so calm? Look at the menu. I'm looking at the menu. Let's do that first. Feng is right. The menu is ridiculous. There's at least 10 different infusions, most of which you can't make out, but the paper is dominated by an extensive complement of esoteric alcohols and cocktails. Black tea is listed without a price, as a seasonal specialty. So, you ran into Harden? Was he pissed? Feng doesn't wait for an answer. That snake is so self-righteous, he might actually believe that Erlen would approve of this meritocratic bullshit. Tea or cold juice. Yeah, delicious black juice. Seasonal juice. He taps on the table. If Havenage was like it should be, like it was founded to be, they would have shouted him down at any council meeting he dared to mention true citizens. He sighs. But I guess his kind run the place now. A young woman with a vine tattoo snaking up her arm turns up at the booth, a slate in hand. Your order? You skim the menu, your eyes glazing over. Time to pick something. Ooh, alright. We want a gyro neat. We get enough of that at Tala's place. We want a samba Iraq with a question mark. Ugh. Sorry, have to move out of the way. Or a kelp infusion. That sounds like a tea. Let's get a kelp infusion. She nods and notes it. And you? She begins to look into Fang, but when she sees him, she suddenly stops. What the? Fang shrinks a little. You're supposed to be working. This is your shift. He grins sheepishly. You work here? Fang waves you to be quiet. Look, Jenna, let's just say this is my break. My friend here has been through a lot. Jenna looks between the two of you. Wave, nod, or cough. I'll wave. I'll be friendly and social. Hi, hee, it's me. I've been through a lot. Fang doesn't look pleased. Well, it's his fault for not explaining the situation to me. 2 minutes. says Jenna, pointing at Fang. And only because I don't want to get dragged into whatever this is. She gestures at the table and walks off. What? Fang stretches out in the booth. You know how it is, we all have to eat. Plus, he leans in. This is the best place around here to find a person you might be looking for. Who? Remember that web of connections that Harden pinged the moment we confronted him? Those are his collaborators. And if we want to understand what a Solheim executive might be getting up to on the Eye, those are the people we have to find. Fang is almost whispering now. There's a couple of them I suspect are in the low end, and well, almost everyone in the low end comes through this place at one time or another. He brings a modified slate out onto the table. I've set this up so that when anyone with the network signature I'm looking for comes into close proximity, it'll mark them. Once they're marked, we can break through their access protocols and get the good stuff inside. We just have to find them first. Hence, me moonlighting as a waiter. Suddenly a smile grows across his face. Wait, I have an idea. Oh no. Look, I can't cover enough of the low end on my own, and so far I've had no matches in this place. With the two of us, we can cover more ground. What am I getting into? Well, Fang has a hangdog look. What the frick is a hangdog? What's up, dog? What's hangdog? Who is hangdog? We need to get you out and about in the low end, in close proximity to as many people and residences as possible. And it turns out my friend Mingy needs some help with deliveries. As in Mingy Express? So you already know him, perfect! Fang places a tiny receiver on the table. This connects to my slate and runs the same marking protocol if you ever get near any of our targets. So all you have to do is take some delivery shifts for old Mingy, and soon enough we'll have the place covered. Fang. Don't give me that! You think I like working here? And I thought you could use the tips. He grins. We're in this together, right? Are we? You haven't disabled my tracker yet. When is he gonna disable my tracker? Have I missed some crucial goddamn thing? Disable my tracker. Fang, fucking disable my tracker and then I'll help you. Why do I have the bad end of the bargain? Every time. You think Harden is happy to have you wandering around the place? He might have let you wander off for now, but I'm sure he has his eyes on you. This is on you too. Fang slips his slate back under his clothes. Just head on up to Mingy Express, take a delivery shift, and we'll see what shakes up. You manage to find anyone and extract any data, bring it right down here to me. They have me on double shift, so I shouldn't be hard to find. Jenna walks past carrying a tray of drinks and sharply catches Fang's eye. I don't think she's bringing your drink. He stands. What? My kelp infusion! What? I think it's time we call this meeting to a close. You grab the receiver from the table and slip it into a pocket. See you soon, sleeper. Stay safe. Fang adds before turning and walking off towards the bar, whistling as he does. Fang! Why? He has the power to save me. And yet, I keep getting pulled around into all these stupid tasks. Okay, we still got 3 dice to use, and we got a reroll if we want to get rid of those 1 and 2. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Guess we can get some mushrooms. I guess. There's also the hub up here. We could get to know some spaces, maybe. It's like a new area to become acquainted with. I'll do one of these and then we'll get shrooms. What do I want to do? Talk to people or read data stuff? what does Feng need again so he can disable the tracker? I don't think he needs anything. He's like, do me a favor and I'll disable your tracker. Except that favor just keeps cascading into like another favor and another favor and another favor. It's like I've done so many favors for this guy. And I'm like waiting for the point where my character is like, okay, now you can get my tracker out of my back of my neck or wherever it is. But nah. I don't think we actually need to do this to like be able, like I don't think there's anything stopping him from doing it other than just being annoying. Let's do this one. Let's go socialize with the spaces. I'll be like, hey guys, I'm a sleeper. Don't kill me. Somehow you end up on a fraction drive freighter for a long-awaited reunion between two spacer crews. Their knowledge is invaluable. Yay. Knowledge. I love knowledge. Alright, and let's do a reroll and head down to the mushrooms. Wait, what was that? What is that? What is that? What's that called? The Gimbal Lounge. Oh, nice. The gimbal sells itself on its spinning sphere, which claims to produce therapeutic gravitational effects. It doesn't, but they sell food. Ooh. Ooh, buy a spacer meal. Alright, I'll do it. Gimme. Oh, it gives you 3 energy. That's pretty good. I only needed 1, but I wanted to do it anyway. Cool. Alright, now we can go to the mushrooms. I want to go to this place. This looks like a crazy disco. It's got speakers, it's got lights. I want to see what that is. Currently it's not anything. But maybe if we get some more intel from the spaces. Alright, mushroom. Forage. Grill caps. And I guess we'll get some spores. Nice. He still wants Matsutake caps, and so does she. So I can't help him. What do they need? They just need any mushroom. But they're like a late game quest. Alright. I know they're not your fave mushroom, but they'll do for now. Alright. And that is that cycle complete. I think we should still be okay for dice rolls. I think once these 2, like 2 more cycles, and then we'll start with only 3 dice. I think that's how it works. We'll find out. Cool. Still got 4 dice. Alright, let's see what the progress is like on those various things. So Lem is still out looking for a new job. The gangster nerds still looking at their data for another day. I guess we need to start doing those missions for the noodle guy. 2 more days left on the distillery. Okay. Let's do some noodle missions. Okay. At least we get to make some money as well. I'll do it again. Wait. Do I want to save that one for something? I don't know. I don't know. Cool. Okay, do another one. Yeah. Alright, there he is, our boy Fang. Please disable my tracker one day, please. Sleeper. You see Fang coming up the corridor as you step out of Mingy's. The kelp noodle smell still clinging to your clothes. He comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long. Take these. Fang palms you a couple of those metal thumbnail-sized drives. Ripper worms. My slate has been buzzing like crazy. It seems your delivery shifts have turned up our 2 targets. He squeezes your shoulder. My shoulder. I knew you could do it. Now we nail those snakes. What do we do? Hardin's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocols on both of them, you should be able to gain the location of the nearest network ports. Slot the Ripper worms into those ports, 1 each, and they'll feed me anything and everything stored in Hardin's shadow network. He smiles. Can't wait to see what juicy plans they have in there. You hear the scuff of boots as a group comes up the corridor, likely on their way to place an order with Mingy. You turn for a second, and when you look back, Feng is already halfway down the corridor in the opposite direction. He raises a hand in farewell and is gone. You run your fingers over the tiny ripperworm drives in your pocket and smile to yourself as you wonder how mad Jenna will be at Feng for this little excursion. Time to slot some worms. You said it. It's worm slotting time. How do I slot worms again? Is that a hacking thing? Yeah. Nice. I don't have the right dice for this. I guess I could re-roll my dice. I guess I could. What do they need? What's the other one need? 3! Haha! Alright. Port unlocked. What does that mean? Input the ripperworm. I'll do it. The worm makes a little nest among the agent's data. Enjoy your stay, little friend. Enjoy your stay. Alright, that's it for actions for the day. Time to sleep again. I guess tomorrow we'll have 3 dice, so maybe it would be good to take our medicine. We're kinda low on money. We're not making enough. I keep doing like random quests instead of doing jobs. I guess I'll do it. I don't know. Maybe I can wait one more day. One more day. 1 day on 3 ain't too bad, right? Yeah, that's 3. That's our 3 dies. Alright, let's do another hacking. I'm doing a hacking. 1 of 4, we got that. Bypass. Give me the data. Alright. And then where is the thing? Here's the thing, put the worm in it. It's a little ripper worm. Here he goes. Bam. Wormin. Alright. The worm begins tearing through the data cache, spinning out a thread to Feng's terminal. Cool. Bleh. Thank you for the hydrate. Alright. As you walk into the timbre, you quickly spot Feng arguing with Jenna. Alright, I'll keep my distance. It doesn't look good. Feng seems to be explaining something, but Jenna is having none of it. She points to the door. She points to the door, and Feng walks away, catching your eye as he turns. Could have done with you getting here a minute or so ago. He glances back at Jenna. Well, either way, it looks like I'm fired. Good news is that it doesn't look like I need the job anyway. He takes out a slate, pulsing with pale light. Now, let's take a look at what you're really here for. The slate is a whirring mess of code streams coming direct from the ripperworms as they dig through the agent's data and spin it into threads for the slate to pick up. Anything good? Feng scrolls the display with a finger. A lot of junk, a lot of dull as hell message threads, a lot of tedious data caches, but... Feng's eyes flash. Definitely some good stuff. He stops the screen scrolling on an entry and expands it. Check this out. Feng shows you the screen. You see a bold corporate logo, not Solheim's, and a word below. Conway, Feng says. He's working with Conway. Conway Extractions, right? He's been speaking with them personally. Got a whole chain of messages. But but it's mostly encrypted or redacted. He rubs his head. Damn it, this is juicy, but we can't nail him with it. He scrolls some more. Wait. What's this? A wasteland reclamation facility right here on the eye? He glances at you. What's the bet this place is tucked into the wastes? Conway is set up here? I'm guessing so. Got themselves set up in the wastes. But before the collapse, people would have got there by going down the connected spoke from the hub. But that spoke's broken now. So the only way is the long way round the rim past the greenway. He shows you on his slate. Feng looks away thinking. Conway have been making moves on this system since the collapse. I heard they took over one of Solheim's old belt colonies a while ago. Moved everyone out and reclaimed the whole rock. What's their angle? Harden has to be offering them something. Is it money? Feng looks back at the screen. But if Harden is involved in it, then we need to check this out. Simple as that. Okay, what's next? This is a wild goose chase? Yeah, it's been a wild goose chase this entire time there. Feng stares out into the middle distance. We have to get to that facility. The answer to whatever Harden has been planning, has to be there. And we're gonna catch him in the act. Give me 5, maybe 6 cycles. Oh, that's so long. And then I'll see you on the greenway. I seem to remember there's some old service docks on the outer shell up by the Haifa building. Should be a good place to meet. Feng squeezes your shoulder. Thanks again, Sleeper, for sticking with this. Dude, I'm only sticking with this so you can take my tracker out. I haven't forgotten about that tracker of yours either. Really? It kinda feels like you have. I'm gonna need to be back in my bay to pull a solution together. He turns the slate around to face you, showing you a massive scrolling code. I've been working on a fix in my breaks. He winks. Okay, fine. Jeez, I didn't think it was gonna be that complicated. Feng grins. See you soon, Sleeper. And he walks out the door of the timbre without looking back. Ugh. We finally found Feng. We got some more progress done on his quest. Crack Conway. Disable your tracker. One day we will disable the tracker. One day. Enter the greenway. Unlock the greenway gate. Huh. That's how we got our seed, right? Find a nurturing grow bed for the seed. Yeah, okay. Maybe this will be a nurturing grow bed. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe that's not it. I don't know. We will find out in one more cycle. Okay, so no emphasis. That's mushrooms, mushrooms, mushrooms. That's waiting. That's waiting. Alright, I guess we have to go to this Conway thing. Fang's located a Conway facility buried deep in the wastes. Oh, we could also do something on the spoke. Up to the hub. Whoa, it's so spinny. This one. None of these make money though. And I do need that to live. To pay for my stabilizer. I do have enough for 2 more. It's 80. I got 164 cryo, but I wanna... I don't know, I don't like cutting it that close. I wanna have a bit of a buffer. You know? I guess I do have a buffer technically, but... I don't know. We can do one of these because it's safe, and I think we always make some money. Okay, 10 cryo, and then we can go to the mushroom land. Okay. Ah, what's that? Waiting for Fang. Why is it that you always have to wait for Fang? When is he going to be the one waiting for you? Yeah, when is that gonna happen? So this is the wastes, I guess, up here? Ah, I need to move. Fang is a busy guy. Yeah, I guess so. What do I want to do with my final thing? I guess we could get some energy. I guess this is good. It's not very exciting though. Alright. We got the energy. Now we can go to sleep and take our stabilizer and then go pick up a new stabilizer tomorrow. Okay. You aren't finished with this cycle. Complete active scenes to proceed. Huh? I still have some active scenes. Oh, okay. I guess I'll have to go find them then. Oh! Oh, they finished, with their data review. As you enter Robbie's office, you hear voices. Is that Sabine? You push the door open. Blah, I'm here. Sleeper, what good timing! Rabia calls out as you enter. I wanted to introduce you to someone. The man is standing at the center of the room, speaking quietly with Rabia. He turns as you come in. What? Meet Yannick! The traitor! What? Huh? Are we pulling one over on him? What's going on here? Is this a setup? Sleeper, he nods. Been hearing good things from Robbie. He smiles, an easy smile. Good to meet you. Ha ha ha. Likewise, likewise. He waves a ringed hand. Now, Robbie, where were we? Actually... Robbie places a hand on your shoulder. The sleeper was what I wanted to talk to you about. She doesn't spare you a look. What is going on? Well, okay then. Yannick tucks his hand into his pockets. Go on. I'd like to recommend them to your ward. A tiny pause. They've shown themselves to be a capable ally here on the spoke side. But we have more than enough to run our territories. I hear the main block is proving more difficult. Yannick leans forward slowly. It's a mess, Robbie. He waits, his tinted sunglasses shimmering despite the lack of light in the unit. I can use them, he suddenly decides. Robbie smiles. Good to hear, I can immediately... Yannick cuts her off. 1 second. He steps one surprisingly light step closer to you. You eager to work, sleeper? I think we're doing... I think we're being sneaky, so I'm just gonna agree. Yeah. Yannick nods his head as if listening to music. Okay then. You suddenly are unsure if he is talking to you. That concludes it. Yannick pronounces. Sleeper, come work in the ward. Anytime they like. You shoot Robbie a confused look. What am I doing here? What am I agreeing to? Rabia finally glances at you for a moment, but it's so fast you almost miss it. Good. I know you'll be happy with their work, Yan. Yannick reaches out and squeezes her shoulder. Sure, Rabi, he says. Now please, turning to face you. Let us old friends get back to it. He guides Rabia away, leaving you standing alone. You look to Rabia, but she is deep in conversation. And so, stunned and confused, you leave. I gotta assume this is some kind of like... elaborate plan. Yannick's trust. Sound boy QQ. Hey, how you going? Welcome. Okay. I guess we're trying to gain Yannick's trust. So that we can betray him later, I suppose? Expose Yannick. If Sabine is right, Yannick has been working with S and ARP behind Yadigan's back. Time to find out the truth. Okay, so I'm like their spy. I'm their unwilling spy. Oh man, everyone in this place is so manipulative. They all want to use me for something. And Lem is still out looking for work. I guess we can buy our next medicine as well. Boop. Okay. And then we will go to bed. Go to bed and cycle. Okay. Not bad. Let's go to the bar. Tyler comes to you on shift when the bar is empty, tapping you on the shoulder as you clean the bar. I didn't realize the space room was 3D. Yeah, it's cool, hey. It's ready. She's grinning from ear to ear. Can I try? Obviously. She grabs you by the arm before you can ask anything else and drags you into the back room. The smell hits you immediately when you enter. A cocktail of rich fermented and rich fermentation and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now, the newly installed lights making the place look clean, whether it is or not. Tal has already pulled a couple of stools around a metal crate, where 2 glasses with a few fingers of pale Girol are inside it, sit waiting. She smiles. I haven't even tried it yet. You can see she's nervous. You both sit at the makeshift table, the slight strangeness of the situation making you both jumpy. Tala hands you a glass. Cheers, she says, solemnly, and knocks the glass back. You do the same. The sensation is burning. A sharp, nose-clearing blast of alcohol that has your frame querying whether you would like to activate safe mode. You gulp the drink back, and it is only then, behind the burn, that you taste the earthy tones of the mushroom. The wood, the soil, left behind like sediment, barely there. That's, strong. Yeah, that's strong. Tala nods vigorously. Whew, that was heavy. Has promise, though. You think? She swallows the glass and puts it down. Wait, I have an idea. Tala grabs a metal bottle from the newly installed work surface and adds a few drops of water. Try again? This time, the burning is a warming glow. Harsh but fading off, and the woodiness less heavy. You taste something floral in among the marshy decay. Ugh. Sounds like a Breaking Bad episode. Yeah, basically. Something fresh and bright you never expected to find. Both you and Tala meet eyes. It's really good, right? It is. Tala grins with her whole face. And that makes you smile too. Tala pours out some more Girol and then adds some more water. The action's already taking on the quality of a ritual. You both drink. Are we just gonna get drunk? Tala tucks her feet up beneath her on the stool, folding her legs. She looks down into her glass and swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Tala looks up. Are there romance options in this game? I don't know. I don't know. It'd be nice if there were, hey. I know there's like, housing options. Like you can find places to live. I don't know if you can like cohabit any of them with people that you like or anything though. Tala looks up at nothing in particular. My father opened this place, you know? She says out of nowhere, a thought suddenly becoming words. It was his attempt at making a life for us, for my family, when we got to the eye. Your family? I don't know. Sounds like could be a sore topic. You were refugees? From Sinza, yeah. It's one of Ember's moons. She takes a drink. I don't remember much. I was only tiny when we came. I was just thinking about something my father told me. When he first set this place up, he wanted to call it the Badayan, but he was afraid it'd scare off the customers, so he translated it. Hence, the Overlook. These past few cycles, when I've been in here, I've been thinking that I should rename this place. She looks at you. The Bantayan. What do you think? What does it mean? She just told us it means the Overlook, you idiot. I love it. She looks away. Me too. Tala picks up her glass. That settles it then. To the Bantayan. You both clink your glasses and drink up. Tala hisses through her teeth. Still harsh. She laughs, then suddenly grabs your shoulder. Oh, sleeper, I totally forgot. She stumbles to her feet. She lurches over to a corner of the room covered with a plastic sheet and whips it off like a magician performing a trick. Beneath it is a neat little kitchen, a sink, a work surface, and a compact oven with a hob. Your kitchen! She doesn't give you time to respond. You can come make stuff here anytime. As long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm. I need those for the Girol. I was thinking too that if things pick up, we can start serving proper food at the at the Bantayan. She laughs. Do you like it? It's perfect. She made alcohol with mushrooms. Yeah, that's how most alcohol is made. It's either made with kelp. I think most food is either made with kelp or with mushrooms out here. And that goes for drinks as well. She literally made you a housewife. Tala gives you a hug. Oh my god, a hug. Then quickly stands back. I'm sorry, I'm so glad you're here. She grins. I can tell her that she's drunk and stop accosting me, or I can say me too. As Tala tidies away the glasses, you inspect the kitchen, checking that it all works. It's small and salvaged, but after what you've had to put up with, it feels like a dream come true. Later, when she's done for the day, Tala comes back through the bar, and you share a glass of the good Girol, the one that she didn't distill. And this time you talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars or discussing the best place to eat on the Eye, which, after everything that has happened, feels like a nice change of pace. When it comes time to leave, you promise to cook for Tala, and oh my god, it's a date. You promise to cook for Tala and agree to let her know which shifts you'll be working in the coming cycles. And then you slip out into the cool of the rotunda. And in this moment, you feel for once at home. Whoa! Yay! How cool! What's the quest now? I can cook. Okay, so I can't grow anything here. I still need to find a place to grow things. I can cook 2 different kinds of mushrooms, though. I have been lurking. This lady's waifu material. Yeah. She's great. Ah! It's Mina! There's no answer when you buzz Lem's unit, but the door is open. You push the door and find Mina sitting in the middle of the floor playing with Bun Bun. Where is Lem? Mina doesn't respond. She walks Bun Bun across the floor, narrating quietly to herself. Damn. You look around the unit, it's a mess. Dishes and glasses on the side, some of Mina's clothes piled up in a corner. Mina's sitting by her bag, which is spilled out across the floor, her drawing slate cracked and dark. Oh no. I guess we should tidy up. You start with the kitchen units, piling up the dishes in the auto wash and wiping them down. You pile up the clothes next, folding them neatly. Mina watches you quietly as she plays, curious but silent. You've just started looking at fixing her cracked slate when Lem enters. Sleeper, what are you? He pauses and looks from you to Mina and back again. Never mind. He drops a bag by the door and slumps onto the couch. Everything okay? Lem lets out a weak laugh. You forgot the past few cycles now too. Wish I was so lucky. He looks away at the open door. Look, now's not a good time. I want to help. What happened? Okay, I feel like we should, when I'm upset, I don't want people to ask about it, so, I'm gonna go with that and try and be productive rather than, possibly accusatory. Help? Unless you have a side reel ticket or 2 on you. I don't think there's much you can do here. He pinches the bridge of his nose. You understand they never even put us on the list, right? I've been all around the rim looking for work and I've run into more than a few from the crews. Turns out only long-time Havenage members were issued those Celis ID numbers. They never planned to consider us. Havenage say they didn't know that was what they were going to use to make the draw, and who knows, maybe Celis pulled the wool over their eyes, but what does it matter? All those hours in the yard for a hand-to-mouth wage and nothing else. He slams his hand down on the sofa. You giving up? Lem opens his mouth to respond but stops himself. He looks at the door again. Oh no. They're moving the side rail up the hub now, you know, he says without meeting your eye. That's where it'll depart from. They're bringing in a ship with all their cryosleep pioneers and transferring them up there in microgravity before loading the crew. Alright, we could sneak on, or steal a ticket. Or both. Or both. I mean, wouldn't we need like at least two tickets for him and Mina? Lem laughs. There's no tickets, I was joking before. Just those ID numbers coded to someone's identity. No stealing that. I don't know, I mean, I reckon I could hack it. He looks over at Mina. Look, we'll be fine, we always have been. I just need a little time. He sighs. We had our hearts set on that trip, is all. Mina comes over and climbs into his lap. He smiles. What if I got you on board? I missed you these past few cycles. I missed that optimism. Lem strokes Mina's hair. Look, you want to go up to the hub and ask around, be my guest. I can't get up there with Mina down here, and I'm sure the side reel will bring a crowd. But be careful. This kind of thing always attracts scammers and thieves. This whole place attracts scammers and thieves. You find any way aboard, you take it. You need help to get there, ask me. But for now, me and Meanie here are sticking to the eye. She looks up at him and smiles. I'll find a way for us all? I don't know. I'm saying it, but maybe my optimism is actually kind of toxic at this point. Lem smiles but doesn't say anything. You stand to leave and Mina grabs your hand, eager to give you one more smile. Then you're out, back in the walkways of the low end, already thinking of plans to make this right. Oh, I don't know. I feel like I might be over-promising a bit here. If I can get them on board, that would be excellent. I just don't know if I can. Alrighty. We still haven't found a place to grow stuff. So I guess we need to continue the mushroom mission. Oh yeah, also what's Fang up to? Oh, he's still making us wait. Alright. Oh, we never finished doing this. Maybe this will help us find a place to grow something. Map the pathways, sure. Or this one? This one has got a better bonus. Not that it matters, we only have like one thing left. Okay. Ah, this is it. This is the aviary. This is where we can grow stuff, I think. Once a corporate garden for impressing guests with gene-tweaked birds, now this chamber is a massive overgrowth. You can change that. Alright. Cut away the choking vines, stop the rot, and this place could be turned back into a garden of sorts. So this is where we're going to grow all our stuff. Alright. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. More. Another one more. Nice. Okay. And then we should check out the that spoke, the hub. You can see the ship is here now that we helped construct. So, what's this then? Scout the dock. The side rail is being loaded and prepped. Among all the commotion, is it possible to find a way on board? You hope against hope that there's a chink in the sidereal horizons of vast armor. Alright, it's risky, but I got the perfect dice for the job. Okay. Alright, a way on board. Maybe we can get them on here. Personally, I think it would be kind of boring to go in there, but at the same time, I guess I do have the possibility of more bounty hunters coming to murder me, so maybe it would be good to like fly off into the unknown. Oh, that's right, I also have to do Yannick stuff. I have to do Yannick stuff. I have to gain his trust. Okay. Let me get off of this spire. Woo! Back down to the ram. Okay. Okay. I have 5 upgrade points. Wow! That's so many. So to get to the +2, I guess I have to get one of these. And then one of these costs 3 points. So I'll save that for later. I could get Intuit +2, or I could get Interface +2. And yeah, this was the one that uses scrap components. So I can do that. That could be good too, actually. To help in between stabilizer injections. Maybe. Oh, well, all of them are good, actually. Anyway, it is 12:30. It's past midnight for me, so I might have some tea, and I might end there for tonight. Tomorrow, sorry, tomorrow I have another stream. I guess in 11 hours time from now, I have another stream. We'll be doing some 3D art. Let's just go over to the chatting. Hello. Oh no, I've been talking so much my voice is starting to go all silly. Apologies. Okay. Thank you for reading to us. Thank you for coming to Mia's story time in space. Okay. Is anybody alive? Let's go. This could be good. Let's go and raid Suvi. Suvidriel is the creator of Vinyan, which is the 3D tool I use to make my eyes jiggle. It has many other things you can do with it. I just haven't gotten around to it. But yeah, they're super talented and very ambitious. And they're playing some marbles, so that could be fun. And I will go cuddle my cat as soon as we're done here. Let me just get that. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Oh, I also made a new raid message thingy. Raid message. Oh yeah, I made a raid message. So if you feel like it, you can copy and paste that to do a raid message, like a real proper VTuber. I have another one for people that want to use the sub emote if you have access to it, which is this one. Yeah. Stream Elements can't use emotes, I guess, because they're not subbed to me. They just use the text. But anyway, thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you very soon for an art stream. Bye-bye!